Hello and welcome to my stream. Tonight we'll be playing more of Digimon World, and I honestly don't remember exactly what I was doing last time, but I think we were dealing with Andromon, right? And then thanks to him, we went back to Factorial City, we got some new attacks, especially mech attacks. If I'm not mistaken, we were able to complete the fire, electric, and water attacks as well. Can't remember if I completed the plant attacks, maybe not, but I'll need to check that today. We also got all of the cards but one, although I was asking the chat and then people told me that for this last card I'll need to get it after the final boss. So I was also considering fighting the final boss, although I also thought that maybe it would be better for me to fight him once I have my webcam back so people could see my reactions and stuff. By the way, you guys can't see it because I don't have my cam, but I noticed that the power in here in my room is kind of looking strange. Hopefully it's not going to give me a power outage, although it's been raining outside. So in case I disappear out of nowhere, it's probably because of a power outage. But yeah, we have been finally completing the details of this game little by little. But I also think that I need to beat this game or like fight the final boss because there are some things that will only be unlocked after he's beaten, right? So I'll need to see when I'm going to do that and when I'm also getting the webcam. But let's start a new cycle. Let's see which Digimon we can get today. Maybe we can go for an Insectoid, maybe we can go for somebody else. And let me say hi to everybody. Happy 2021. Hopefully you guys are doing all right. I was saying to Mitska on the chat and also to everybody else that I'm not feeling like 100% right now. It's because this end of 2020 and this beginning of 2021 were not that great to me. I did have a little bit of anxiety. Don't worry, because it was not very strong. I, thank goodness, learned how to deal with it, but it was kind of congesting my nose that made me, or that gave me a hard time to sleep well. So now, thank goodness, my nose is all back to normal. So I was able to sleep better today, although for some reason my body woke up early. So I'm a bit tired because of that. But yeah, these past days were kind of crazy and weird because of that. But it's not a big deal, and also I know that things could be much worse, especially considering the situation going on in the world and also in Brazil. But yeah, I'm doing okay. Hopefully, this next week will be better for me to sleep well. But hopefully, you guys are having a great 2021. Anybody excited for Yakuza? I haven't played Yakuza, and I don't think it's one of the games that would interest me a lot. But I'm happy you are excited for it. I wish I knew more about the games, to be honest. I only know that it's a very classic franchise, and there was. Wait, no, never mind. I'm thinking on another game. No, never mind. I really don't know much about Yakuza then. I was thinking on Shenmue for some reason. Why am I being mistaken about Yakuza and Shenmue? But yeah, I was thinking on Shenmue. Yeah, exactly, Mitsuka. I was thinking on Shenmue for some reason. Maybe it's because of the Japanese city that they both happen on, or something like that. Yes, I was thinking on Shenmue. Can't say you are. Can't say you are what? Outros, you are doing all right. What's going on? But yeah, I was thinking on Shenmue. And you know what? Maybe I do have one of the Yakuza games because probably Epic Games or Steam or someone gave it away at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if I own one of those games. So Yakuza takes plenty from Shenmue. You guess that's why? Okay, so at least, even though I'm wrong on my thoughts or on my memories, at least they are indeed somewhat related or somewhat look-alike. Mitska, by the way, I have a question to you because I learned something this week, and I actually asked this to the other Polish that I know, which is Sertaki, but he didn't answer me yet, so I will ask this to you as well. I was watching a video about uh, different food or dishes that people believe that would give you good fortune. And in that video, they mentioned that in Poland and in some other countries as well, it seems that people believe that round shaped dishes can bring you good fortune, like a donut even. So I would need, or I would want to check that or confirm that with you. Is that the case? Does that happen for real? Or is that video being nuts or crazy? Also, hey Victor, what's up, man? You can't say that you are excited for that release because, oh, okay, you were answering Mitska then, I see. I was thinking you were like answering when I was asking everybody about 2021. Yeah, I'm also not very familiar with Yakuza, as you can see. And by the way, I need to say again, if I disappear, it's because of a power outage, because the lights in here are kind of flashing or blinking, but hopefully nothing happens, especially because I didn't have a power outage uh, like during the day, and it's been raining for the whole day. So don't make it happen now, now that I'm streaming. Also because Twitch was glitchy. I was talking to people on Discord before starting the stream. It seems that Twitch has been very glitchy, not only today, but yesterday as well. So I had to wait until Twitch could fix its glitches, and then here I am. And then now, please don't give me a power outage. But yeah, how's everybody doing? How has been your 2021 so far? Hopefully it's been well. I have never heard about it, but maybe it's some kind of forgotten superstition. Yeah, I wasn't sure about it, of course. But if you haven't heard about it, and probably Sertaki didn't know about it either, maybe it's not that popular or it's not a big tradition, right? But here in Brazil we do have a lot of like New Year traditions, like to bring good fortune to the New Year. But of course, because this New Year in particular, everybody was stuck inside their homes, so most people could not participate or join some of those traditions. For example, there is a tradition here that you need to jump 7 waves once it's the new year, right? But of course, nobody could go to the beach because we had to avoid agglomerations, even though some people have been going there otherwise, which was something that depressed me a lot too. But yeah, also, oh, you know what? There is a tradition that my family was able to do still. It's eating lentils. I don't know if it is a tradition in other countries as well, but here in Brazil, if you eat lentils, it's going to give you good fortune as well. If you eat them after midnight, right? And then when the first day of the year starts. Twitch has been starting the year. Wait, let me go back there. Twitch has been starting the new year strong with 2 consecutive days of the website screwing up. Yeah, I didn't know about that because I haven't been too active on Twitch, to be honest. But people were telling me that on Discord, and then I read it on Twitter as well. Ultros has been doing okay. He has been eating some blueberries and blackberries. And he's looking at the Corvette information. Corvette information? Are you going to buy a car or something? Twitch glitched out like crazy a few hours ago. Yeah, I read that on Twitter and then I was like, wait, maybe I should check if I should go live or not. And then it seems it's fixed. Hopefully it doesn't go bad again. But it's weird, right? You were scared that I was going to ask why we eat fermented cabbage in Poland? No, I would not say or ask why is that a thing, because it's also a thing in Germany, right? We were actually having a talk about this one day, and then people were teaching me that it is actually sauerkraut. Yeah, sauerkraut. We had the sauerkraut conversation once, and I was like, oh, that's sauerkraut in Portuguese? I never actually looked for it in Portuguese. And then, yeah, we had that talk before. So I don't think it is weird. I can't say I would like to eat it, but it's all good, I think. I eat some weird stuff myself, like the freaking cow's feet protein jelly. That it sounds disgusting, but it's something that I like. So, what is fermented cabbage in comparison to that? It's nothing. As long as it's good, or it tastes good, and it's not like toxic, we all good in here. Yeah, lentils. Also, hey Subaru, what's up, man? Happy New Year. Scap has been surviving. I understand that feeling, man. You just revamped all of your layouts. Okay, I gotta check that out then. And they're kinda like the same, but it's using wood now, it's not blue. Oh wait, did you change the colors? So you like lentils? I actually don't like lentils. But you have never heard of them as any kind of celebration food? Yeah, it's common in here. People eat lentils to bring them good luck. There is also a pasta, good fortune, luck as well. There is I can't remember the details right now, but there is a specific day that's like the international day you gotta eat that pasta dish to give you good fortune, and it happens uh, around the end of the year, but I can't remember which day is it and what's the name of the dish. Maybe it's just like the lucky pasta. I can't remember. It's not a tradition that I follow. No, just dreaming right now, setting the mental stage because someday you want a Corvette, but not soon. But that's how it starts, man. Everything you want to get in your life, you gotta start like dreaming and then preparing yourself for it. So, yeah, if you are hoping for it and doing what you can at the present time to get to that day, it's a step by step and then you'll get there, man. So, good luck on making it true, and I know it will become true at some point. You eat sauerkraut by the jar and kimchi too. I have never eaten kimchi, but I have seen it in some cooking shows. Actually, I have been binging some of the series that I wanted to finish watching last year, and I binged the super fast two of them, which were Top Chef Season 4 and Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah, I was able to finish those two shows on Netflix. I'm waiting for more seasons because I kind of really like those shows. And yes, I haven't tried kimchi, but I have seen it in some cooking shows. And it's basically a Korean sauerkraut. Mitska think it's exactly the same. He likes to put it in a frying pan with sliced hot dog or sausage or kielbasa, with onion and shredded carrots, with a spoon of Dijon, and it's all very good. Yes, I think I should try that. I don't know if I would like it, because I also know a lot of people are very scared of sauerkraut, but I could try it. It's made out of a vegetable, so I have higher chances of liking it than if it were a meat dish, as I'm super picky regarding meat, right? It's a nice example that cuisine is not national but regional. Swedes eating fermented fish that smells so awful it could be used as a weapon is more weird if you ask me. Man, I hate seafood, so if there is a fermented fish, yes, I would be far from that for sure. I would not try it. You know something that I was actually thinking one of these days, now that we're talking about food as we always do, but especially about meat and fish and stuff. I was watching. What was I watching when I thought about that? I can't remember. But probably I was watching one of those cooking shows that I mentioned, maybe MasterChef Brazil even. But I was thinking, like, how can animals, wild animals, eat raw meat and not have health problems, but humans cannot do the same? I was thinking, like, how do animals not get sick when they eat raw meat? But then regarding our human universe, you cannot eat raw meat unless it is a very specific thing, like sushi, for example. But like we have this big concern about eating raw meat, while in the animal life, I don't know, carnivores will be eating raw meat and then they don't get sick, I think. I was wondering what is the deal about that, you know? I never asked myself that before. Probably nobody here knows the answer, but just to give you the thoughts as well. I was wondering how funny is that, right? How so many animals they don't have a choice actually. How will they eat some cooked meat, right? They won't. But how do they do not get sick? I think that's so weird. You can't think of any good luck food that is a tradition of yours or in Canada. I saw some other crazy dishes around the world in that video too. They said that in Portugal and in Spain, it's a tradition for people to eat 12 grapes. Yeah, after the new year comes, people will be eating 12 grapes. I thought it was a good tradition. I would love to be eating grapes anytime, especially if it is on the new year. So yeah, there is also that one in Portugal and in Spain. There was one in Germany, but I forgot which one was it. But here in Brazil, I would say the lentils. Lentils is a big tradition here. We get fortune cookies with Chinese food, and that's it. You have been wanting a Corvette since you were 13, man? Do you know the color of your Corvette? Is it the red one? Because every time I think about an old car, it's the red car that comes to mind, right? But it doesn't need to be the red one. Maybe the red is actually very flashy. Maybe it's only beautiful on your dreams, but not like in real life. Like maybe there are other colors that would prefer having in real life. The stage is set. You are just in rehearsal till it comes true. And you love kimchi. You can eat it so much. You have made it too. It's pretty easy to make, just a bit of a process. I also gotta say that I had my first new dish attempt of 2021 and it was a complete failure. Yes, I was attempting to go for a dessert. Of course, it's a failure because it's a freaking dessert. I wanted to bake a cake and then using my new tools, especially the new silicone tray or form that I bought in the last Black Friday for the cakes, and then everything was a failure. It tastes okay, but it's a big failure. I don't think the cake baked well. The dough was strange. Uh, the shape of the dough after baked was also horrible. And yeah, everything was a failure, but sure, I gotta start new recipes and give them a try, right? And give them a try. But I was attempting to bake a condensed milk slash powdered milk cake. Probably that's not common in other countries, but yeah, it was basically a powdered milk cake that you kind of make a paste of that, or a cream actually. You make a cream of that by mixing it with condensed milk. And it's a very good cake for you to eat when it's cold, but sadly my recipe or everything I did to bake that cake went bad, very bad. I do not want even to show pictures of it because it's so bad. But hey, we got what we got. As I realized that it's very common for people to say this in English, it is what it is, even though that sentence makes no sense. It is what it is, so I have a shitty cake at my place, but I will be eating it since that's what I have. Okay, so you guys do know something about the raw meat situation? But let me finish what Ultras was saying. Basically, rub salt all through a napa cabbage layers, then you rinse good, and then you rub the layers with ginger sambal. I have never heard of that. It sounds like samba, and pack into a jar, and then you leave it in there fermenting, right? There is also this jarred red purple cabbage with apple mix too that you buy and eat, and it's more sweet than sauerkraut. You don't know which country it is from, but you get it is or you get it in the international section with the European section. Well, if humans catch and eat right away, the chances are minimized, but naturally we haven't had the enzymes to deal with the potential bacteria in us as animals would. But then why would the animals have those enzymes? Is it because of, I don't know, their DNA, or is it because As some people say, when you are exposed to many bacteria, you also have some resistance to many bacteria, and then animals are generally more exposed to them, and then maybe they, you know what, maybe that's it. Maybe they get more exposed to those bacteria, and then they grow resistances to them, and then those resistances are passed by their generations, right? Maybe that's how it goes. Humans use it to do the same. Just after enough time of us learning how to cook. Wait, let me go back. Uh, just after enough time of us learning to cook meat, probably removed our body's immunity to raw meat. Yeah, maybe it's that then. Interesting, right? It's crazy how nature works. They often do get health problems such as parasites or bacteria. Really? I kind of have never read or seen news about like this animal died because of eating bad meat. I mean, I imagine it happens, of course, but the picture or the impression you get most of times is that they can eat whatever they want and they won't go bad. I know I'm exaggerating on what I'm saying, but it's what is kind of promoted. Humans live more in general than the animals. Yeah, but do you think it's because they eat raw meat that they die? I don't think so. There is more to that. People eat blue steak, which is practically 100% raw. I think I would never try eating something like that. I even have a hard time thinking of eating sushi. But I know there is that dish. How is it called? Oh yeah, it's called tartar, right? Hopefully in English it's also called tartar. It's basically raw meat as well. And I learned about that dish thanks to the cooking shows I love. People love tartar. It's a cold raw meat dish, right? You like eating tartar, Mitska? You see, there is also tartar. Just the outside is seared, or it's seared as any bacteria that could be present starts from the outside where the oxygen is. Oh, so you just like take care of the sides of the meat and then it's fine. Yeah, animals don't care much about health. That's true. And then they also don't want to starve to death. Yeah, but it's crazy how, like I said, I have never seen any news about the problems of animals eating raw meat. It's not a thing, I think. Animals also would have diseases and such, but we don't track it as much, right? Like, how can I guess how many raccoons outside have a disease? That's true, right? It's not something that people have been focusing on. I mean, some people are. Some people do inspect and check animals' health, but maybe we are not doing it that much, or the news are not being promoted that much. It could be 50% of them. It depends on the year or generation and the body style. Red is nice and traditional, but you also have a soft spot for body silver. I do think a silver would be great. A silver Corvette. This is a rim store website, but you would love your vet spec or specified maybe almost exactly like this. Let me check that picture. Man, what? It's so futuristic. I was expecting something more retro looking. But man, this is like out from Fast and Furious. You just need some LEDs on it. I was really expecting something more vintage. As you can see, I do not understand a lot about cars. I'm not a big fan of cars, to be honest. But I was really expecting something more vintage. Oh, that's true, Ultros. I need to say better, right? It's not a do. It's because the word we use in Portuguese is the same as do. in English. It's like it doesn't matter if it is for cakes or for bread or pizzas. We it's so crazy how Portuguese works. When I stop to analyze it, it doesn't make any sense, just like English. Look at this craziness. The word we use for dough in Portuguese is massa. But massa can also be an unit, mass, right? A physics unit, like a unit of. Uh, it's not the unit of wave, it is the unit of wave actually. Mass. And it can also be like pasta as well, in Portuguese. So it can be pasta, it can be dough, it can be mass. So Portuguese is a mess, right? It's a mess. Now with E, not with A. There we go. I did all my English Portuguese puns right now. I'm done. Let me go back to this talk. I could give it a try. Wait, do you mean to tartar? I would avoid it. I hardly think I would like it. You can substitute powdered milk with whey protein and then get buffed. I also think I would not get buffed because this body that I have right here, it's such a skinny body that no matter what you eat, no matter what you do, it's always skinny. Sometimes it is a bless or a blessing, but other times it can be a curse as well. So I don't think this body can get buffed, or it will require a lot of work to get buffed. DNA for sure, the animals have been eating that diet for generations, for thousands of years, and then they have it in their genes plus their exposure. Yeah. They do get some skin diseases, heartworms, and other parasites. You guys put some egg yolk in it there, in the tartar. Not sure if they do that in France. I'm not sure either. I only know it's a cold dish. And there are also many different types of meat you can use, right? If a carcass has been out long enough, most animals will avoid it unless absolutely necessary, or if it is a vulture. To control the disease, nature that has given a few animals the abilities to eat those diseased corpses with no problem, like the vultures and also the hyenas, right? Yeah, nature is truly weird. So the tartar that Ultros makes is beef, olive oil, anchovy paste, lemon, then fried quail eggs. Yeah, you see he uses eggs in there. And then he eats it with some parsnip chips dusted with parm cheese. How can you make anything sound tasty? Well, that's the secret of being a chef. I hate the very idea of tartar, yet when I read what you said, my first thought was, that sounds tasty. It's because I think Ultras knows the spices and the seasonings. He's not only saying, oh, it's raw meat. No, it's raw meat with lemons, with cheese, with things that are good, with some olive oil. And then because you hear those beautiful words, you kind of forget the initial words of like raw meat, and then you kind of go for it. But to be honest, many things can taste good or, of course, better with the right seasonings. Would like the tan interior to go with it just like this, okay. With like a beige color. Yeah, if you want it to look like that picture, then I would say the interior looks more vintage, while the outside is more modern in my opinion. Another way you like to eat meat raw or rawish is by boiling orange juice. That's wild. Boiling orange juice? I have never seen boiled orange juice in my life. Soy sauce and then ginger, garlic, brown sugar, and then you boil. And then you cool it down, you let a flat iron steak cure in it overnight. Yeah, tartar is a raw meat dish. Then you just sear the steak, then you cut into a small cube, serve on a spoon with the same cure liquid but reduced to a sweet sauce. Man, that sounds a bit complex. You are even using a sweet sauce on it? So that's your sweet sauce, let me check. This also looks very different than what I was thinking. Okay, first of all, I will guess that's a tartar, right? Because I can see the meat in there is very raw. But this is looking very different than what I normally see in cooking shows. I even see like people serving it over a bowl with ice, because it's better appreciated when it's cold. And normally it's sliced into smaller cubes, right? Like those pieces are kind of huge. Also because people normally have tartars as an entry, and it's harder for people to eat the one in that picture as an entry because it's like a bit big or bigger than what I would expect. But yeah, there we go. That's the sauce, the lemon in there, some herbs. The question is, I don't think I would like it, but sure. Do you all prefer cheese or chocolate fondue? I would go cheese. Oh, wait, you mean like between cheese or chocolate fondue? I was thinking like normal cheese versus chocolate fondue, not like both fondues. Uh, then I would say chocolate. Yeah, but if I had to pick between chocolate or cheese, I would prefer having cheese. Yeah, between two fondues, I would go chocolate. The first one you sent me is the best. It's best known as a tataki, similar to carpaccio. Yes, I have heard of carpaccio as well. All thanks to the cooking shows. You see that and you just wish the meat was cooked. Yeah, right. And it seems that it's safe for people to be eating that because it's a very classy and fancy dish, and people may not get sick if they eat it. I just think it's crazy. And that's the carpaccio. Yeah, it's very like the same. Although maybe the difference is that the carpaccio gets seared on the sides, or is it just my impression? Is it because you also had the impression, Victor, that it got seared on the side? They meet super low moisture and low fat. Bacteria takes a while to get below surface. That's why most are seared, or at least the outer is trimmed before serving. Nubble will never understand why tapioca or whatever they call fish egg dish is a fancy dish. I honestly was very shocked to know that there is a thing called bubble tea. I still gotta try that because it's so crazy how tapioca here in Brazil has a complete different approach than in some other countries. I mean, you also know and have the tapioca pudding. It's probably the most common use for tapioca. We do have that in here too, but it's definitely not the most common use of tapioca in here. But I would say, Nubble, that in my opinion, in here at least, tapioca is also not a fancy dish. It could be fancy depending on the restaurant and which dish you try to make by using it, but in general, tapioca is very regular. You can see food trucks selling tapioca. Uh, you can buy it in some corners, like in some corner shops. How can I say this? Maybe food truck is the best word, but like when you are in the middle of the street and then there is a freaking uh, I don't know, a counter that sells tapioca, like a tiny counter that sells snacks in the middle of the streets. Actually, a, f- a friend of our family or my family used it to sell tapioca in my hometown. Yeah, she used it to go to the park, and then during the night, they use it to place some counters in there where people use it to sell some homemade dishes and stuff, and she used it to sell tapioca. So it's such a common thing, you know. But of course, you can go to a very classy restaurant and then they may have this one specific fantastic tapioca dish in there. But normally it's not that classy. I guess it's because it reminds you of roast beef, which is freaking delicious. It reminds me of some ham, and I love ham. And speaking about ham, ham is kinda raw, right? And we do not die by eating ram. Wait, by eating ham. There is also that. I mean, never mind. Ham is not raw. What am I saying? Ham does get some sort of uh, preparation, right? At least it can get a bit smoked. But then I don't know how much it's cooked. Yeah, it's not raw. It's just that when you buy it, it's proper for you to already eat it. But it's probably processed before they were selling it. Otherwise, it would go bad very fast. Tapioca flour makes those squishy tapioca balls. Yeah, but it's crazy that it's not a thing here in Brazil, or at least it's still new. I have only seen one bubble tea place, and I still need to go visit it. Oh, Ultras thinks that Nubble was referring to caviar. Oh yeah, caviar is the fish eggs. But some people can make a dish with tapioca to like make a fake caviar. I'm not surprised Brazilians have a completely different approach to a dish. Man, every dish has a Brazilian version. It's like Pokemon. In Pokemon, there are the original forms of Pokemon. Man, Brazil does that for dishes. The pizzas, the hot dogs, tapioca, corn dishes. That's still mind blowing to me that there aren't many corn desserts in some countries, especially in the US. In here, we have so many corn desserts. We do have we get everything, and then we kind of make. I want to say we kind of mess with it because sometimes it does look like a mess, but I guarantee it's delicious, even though it can look like a mess. Yeah, the fish eggs being a fancy dish. I don't know how it tastes like. Probably it has a good taste because otherwise, why would it be very fancy or like so expensive? And I think it's expensive because it's a very hard thing for you to get. Like it's, I don't think it's easy for you to, I don't know, have fish and then they will be laying their eggs and then you need to get those eggs, store those eggs, and sell those eggs. I imagine it's a complicated process, and then that's why I think it's expensive. But I'm also hoping it's somewhat good because there are so many people that could pay a large amount of money to be eating those things. But if you stop to think about it, it's a very crazy dish indeed. Not at all. Wait, not all of it is expensive. You can buy a bucket of fish eggs really cheap. Oh wait, there is that. You can. It depends on the eggs you're buying. They're like salty, popping poppy seeds. Yes, I do expect something salty from it because it's freaking from the sea, right? Have you tried the caviar before, Victor? Oh, so you have tried them. They are nice. What makes certain caviar expensive is what makes champagne more expensive than sparkling white wine. Just certain guidelines for a stamp that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, champagne is also something super fancy, but honestly, nobody kind of has it. Like, at least not in Brazil. Everybody kind of uses that word, but we know it's not a real deal. It's basically the sparkling white wine. You made a Greek appetizer thing that is potato mashed with fish eggs and a lot of garlic, and then you eat it on a bread. And it tastes just like freaking salty and garlic. Not many corn desserts, right? But to have seen sweet corn bread eaten with maple syrup or honey, and things made with cornmeal too. And then caviar tastes like a mouthful of little poppy beads that taste like ocean water. Isn't it easier for you to like get the ocean water, freeze it, and then you have ocean water ice cubes? Maybe it won't be like popping, but it's going to give you the, I don't know, something close to that. Yeah, they won't be popping though. Yeah, that's true. I would be messing with the texture and maybe the temperature as well. But yeah, if that's what's caviar, it's not worth. I think it was in Luxembourg where they were having some vineyards producing champagne style wine which you can get for less than 20 pounds. Yeah, maybe one of those can even taste better than a real one from France. Okay, Victor? But you can't spoon it onto little crackers. In France, most likely too, but you have never heard about any. It's like oysters and lobsters, although lobsters are not that expensive or hard to find, and also neither oysters. Maybe that's a big part of why I'm also always scared to try seafood, because I do expect them all to taste like the same. I do expect them all to have this freaking ocean water taste, like some sort of crazy savory to them that I don't like. But I remember that Victor told me once that both he and me, we used to eat fish as kids and like fish as kids, but then we grew up and then we stopped liking it. I'm pretty sure Victor had that experience in his life as well. So I got Sunomon. I could either go for Kunemon or another attempt of Garurumon. I want to see which day it is today because depending on it, I can go to the tournament. Today is day 8. The tournament, let me see if I can find the information on my notes. The tournament happens on 22nd, was it? It is on 22nd. I don't know if I will be able to have an insectoid alive by 22nd. So 22nd minus 8, uh, it's 12, right? 12 days. No, it's too risky. I don't think a champion would survive 12 days unless he becomes an insectoid ultimate, but the odds for that to happen are very low. No, I don't think going for Ikunemon will be a good strategy right now. So let's go for Garurumon or hopefully some other different Digivolution. Crab is your favorite? My father loves crabs. Honestly, if you are going to start with anything, would say crab. It's a really soft meat that tastes like you can't describe it. I would say that even though the creature, a crab, looks terrifying in my opinion, the meat looks good. It looks soft, it looks very whitish and clean. It looks good. But yeah, I'm still kind of concerned about giving it a shot. So long as it doesn't taste like chicken, you're fine. If it tastes like chicken, then I'm worried about your taste buds. Do you don't like chicken, Annabelle? I don't like chicken, but I mean I'm not sure because you are using the kappa by the end of your sentence. Welcome back, Victor. But I don't like chicken that much. There are very few specific dishes, chicken dishes that I can eat. I like chicken nuggets though. So long as the crab isn't double jointed and you grab it in the right spot, you got nothing to fear about crabs. But I don't like their looks. So I don't know, when I think of what I'm eating, it doesn't sound something pleasuring to me. Although I do eat some disgusting things, I struggle to eat some disgusting look animals. I struggle a lot by eating animals. How about inland fish? No, no seafood to me. It's like 0% of my um, what is the word? Food habits, right? It's like 0%. If I have seen a spider crab, I have. Yes. It's so ugly. It's that one that has the pointy legs, right? I agree with you about that though. Yeah. They are very huge as well. Also there is the king crab. Seafood has some enzymes that make it to go stinky quite fast. That's true. They smell too much as well. So Garurumon, what did I do last time with Tsunomon? I was going for Garurumon, but the result was different. We got Centauramon instead. I'm pretty sure I worked his speed and brains, right? Because I still believe that's the course for Garurumon. Although, maybe I got Centauramon because I had a somewhat perfect run. And also, I'm saying that because if I look at the chart, Centauramon is like on the top right there, which to me sounds like you did everything right and then that's the best result you can get. Maybe if I commit a mistake, I can get something different. I think I will try that. I will try giving him the same training I gave to that Gabumon that turned into Centauramon, but I will try committing a mistake. Let's see how that goes. So I will start with speed and brains again. So it's about 3 more hours, and the cross save restrictions will be lifted for Destiny 2. 90 days or a 90 days wait after removing cross save to re-enable it is absurd. Wait, what happened in there, man? It was allowed and then they canceled it and then now it's coming back or something? Digimon evolutions are so confusing to you, Victor. They do not make sense. I agree with you on that. They do not make sense. But also at the same time, that's what makes this game or this franchise somewhat unique, right? You never know what's going to happen. By the way, Victor, I told you that I would be listening to Kate Bush this week, or like since last stream, which has been a while. I did that, and I liked it, but I was expecting to like it more. And the main reason why I was not like super crazy for Kate Bush songs, at least not so far, was because I noticed that her songs are more focused on her voice more than the instrumentals. I'm not saying by any chances that her music was bad because I did like it, but I was also hoping for more instrumental melodies or something greater about the instrumental. And then I noticed that her songs were mostly focused on her vocals. So I had a hard time on that because I was hoping for more instrumentals. But yeah, it was good still. I did get some songs to add to my playlist. And also, I gotta say thanks to you for showing me that ACDC song as well. Because crazily enough, some of your recommendations have been getting me to my electronic uh, references, and some of those references are music or are songs that I haven't heard in a while. So thanks to your ACDC recommendation, I went back to Wonderworld and I was listening to Dark and Long, which was the song that it reminded me from, right? And I love that song, but it's been forever since I last have heard of it. That's true, you guess. One could argue that makes it more interesting. Yeah, it does have its charm, right? So Nubble has disabled the cross save to try to fix one of the accounts connected to it, but it turns out that you didn't have to do that, so you have to wait 90 days before you could get your PS4 save onto your PC and Xbox. So basically you did a lot of work for nothing, and then you in the end had to wait those 90 days. I gave a second listen to a couple songs. I didn't know much about Kate Bush, so most songs I heard were new to me, but I was expecting more instrumentals. Her voice is beautiful, but sometimes, I don't know, sometimes you can miss some instrumental. I do love songs with great instrumentals, maybe even more than great voices or great singers. We even had that talk once, Victor, that you really liked What Nothing, but you thought that his vocals were kind of bad, right? And maybe that makes a lot of sense because I like What Nothing uh, both ways, but mostly because of the instrumentals, I would say. And speaking of One Nothing, I was very happy. So let me throw a good news about 2021 so far at least. They released a new song, and to my surprise, it was an electronic song. They partnered up with a singer, a female singer, and the White Nothing participation on that song was just the instrumentals, and it was very electronic sounding to me. It was so freaking, it was a big surprise. I was not expecting that, and I'm glad they are doing it though, because it seems that it's becoming a tradition. On every new year they drop a new song. They did the same last year, and Joe Dancing also heard their new EP that was released in the beginning of January 2020, and now they are releasing new song again now. That's freaking awesome. It's a very good way to start a year, right? Your favorite band is dropping new music. But then I think I will need to wait for longer until a new album comes out. But I take a new song. That's great, especially when it's electronic. Ultras just wants new Ghost right now. Man, I still need to check Ghost. I will organize myself to give it to a longer listen, right? But I was focusing on Kate Bush. I was really curious to check Kate Bush. Let's see if now I can go to Ghost. But don't worry, I did not forget to listen to more of Ghost. I also want to check a playlist that Scapluni was talking about on his Wednesday stream, and he was kind of recommending it to me, but then after some time he kind of stepped back on that because he knew that I was not a big. Yeah, there we go. Scap is in here still. He knows that I'm not a big metal fan, but I will give it a listen still. I will give it a try still. I'm not expecting to love a lot of the songs in there, but I'm very curious about some. Especially because Scap is always talking about this Nick Cave guy. I have never heard this guy's song or music ever, besides his piano covers, of course. But this is going to be my chance. Like, he has a lot of Nick Cave on his playlist. If I will like it or not, I don't know, but I will finally know what he's talking about. But yeah, there is a lot of metal songs in there that I probably won't like. But I'm also getting surprised lately with metal. It's not something that I would listen to normally, but it's not something that I'm hating either. So when Ultras, when Victor, when you guys are throwing recommendations of metal to me, I have been getting surprised. So let's see if there is something there that will surprise me as well. Probably there will be some couple songs. And then I want to see what's this Nick Cave, because I have no idea. You totally get that about One Nothing. Their instrumentals are cool. Man, today I was waiting for Twitch to go back to normal and then see if I would be streaming or not. But I was on my balcony and I was enjoying the rain. It's been raining here. And I'm actually very glad it's raining because it's been so freaking hot. But I was listening to my 2020 most played songs on Spotify. I love that freaking 2020 rewind playlist they made and they created for us. And there is a great One Nothing song in there that the instrumentals make me go crazy. It's called Drifter. And there is also a video on YouTube. It's one of my favorite fan-made videos ever. That unfortunately it's not official. It's not the official video clip. But that song is feels, man. It's so good. And then I was listening to it like hours ago, and I was such in love that Wild Mufflin's instrumentals are the way they are. It's so good. It's so dreamy, ethereal, atmospheric. It's my thing. Destiny wasn't very clear on their instructions with the cross save, and then you ended up suffering the consequences of the lack of the instructions. But you were able to do it, right, Nubble? In the end of all of this confusion, you did not lose your save, right? And then now the 90 days are kind of over, and then you have what you wanted, right? That's what matters, I think. Yeah, it's almost over. There we go. What would piss me off is if you were giving it a try to transfer your saves between the platforms and then you would lose it. That's what would piss everybody off, right? Oh, let me do something about this. But first, I gotta move the chat a little bit up. So don't mind my messages. And then, can I do it? I can do it. There we go. I just did it. Don't worry, man. It's been happening like every time. I'm kind of getting used to it now. But I know it also happens to every channel at the same time as well. Some people told me that it's like universal. If it's happening on my channel, it's also happening on other people's channel. It's not just specific. Victor wants some new Halloween and some Iron Maiden. Both are in the works or finished already. Ultras feels like I would love Nightwish. I know a couple Nightwish songs. Or am I being mistaken? Wait a minute. Don't get mistaken of those two bands. Oh yes, right. Don't get mistaken of Evanescence and Nightwish. Sometimes I get mistaken on those two because back in the day when they were getting very popular, they both exploded in Brazil at the same time. So sometimes I get mistaken of Evanescence and Nightwish. I know some songs of Evanescence that I like, especially My Immortal, which is very sad, depressing, slow, and it's not aggressive, so I like it. Nightwish, I will need to push my memory further in order to remember it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I only remember this line of the song, but there is a song by theirs that it's like, "Oh, how I wish," and then it goes all crazy. I can't remember lyrics. I can never remember lyrics in my life. Nemo, is it that one? Oh, how I wish, and then everything happens, but I can't remember. But Nemo, yeah, Nemo was the song that got huge in here, and I'm sure I know it. Although I'm not sure if it's the one I sang, right? It's the one I sang with the "Oh How I Wish" chorus, and then who knows how it goes. But I could try. Oh wait, is it that one? Okay, at least I remember the right song. I remember a little bit of it. Then it's not bad. But I will totally need to give it another listen to remember it completely, and of course listen to more of Nightwish. But I'm also hoping that they will have slower songs, just like My Mortal and Evanescence, because maybe the melodical songs are the ones that I would like the most instead of the crazy head banging songs. Yeah, that's not really my thing, but I could give it a try. You guys are giving me recommendations. I'm being more open minded. It's okay if I don't like it as well. I can give it a try. Let's see what happens, right? But first, I will listen to Ghost, and I will start listening to this to Scaplooni's playlist. So Nubble has never lost his save, but it's just restricted to PS4. But then he was able to connect the correct Xbox account to the list of accounts that he plans to use when he gets the cross save back. By technicality, you did lose your PC save since it was using your PS4 data, but you'll get it back once you cross save again. I see. There is so much more Nightwish I need to hear. Is there any Nightwish in Scaplooni's playlist? Because that could also help me a little bit. Oh, there we go. There is some couple Nightwish in there. Okay, maybe I can also start listening to it in there. Can you tell Ultras which songs do you have in your playlist, Scap? Because then maybe he will not recommend me those that you already have in your playlist because it's already there. Also, Scap, feel free to throw your playlist in here if you want. Like maybe Ultras and Victor and Nubble and everybody else can enjoy checking your playlist as well. Oh, that it is. There we go. They have plenty. You will send me your top five. Give a check if they are already on Scap's playlist. You think I will like them all? Really? You are being very confident on that though. Don't raise your hopes like that or that high. Maybe I will like them, but to love them, it's another talk. In my opinion, the best thing Nightwish did was to make more people to check out Gary Moore's old rock tunes. So, are you not a big Nightwish fan, Victor? Or you just think that Gary Moore's work is like much better? It's just got the Islander and Slow Love, but sadly no Tarja yet. I'm not even sure if I'm saying her name correctly. Maybe that J has a different pronunciation. Maybe it is Stadia or something like that. I have no idea. It's one of those crazy names that only she will have, or like it's in a very specific country that people will be named like that. And fun fact, I don't know if you guys checked or have this sort of information by the end of every year, but in here I read which names were the most popular names in 2020. So just for fun, I will tell you some of the trendy Brazilian names that happened last year. I wonder which names would be the most popular ones in other countries now. I should go after that information at some point. But in 2020 here, there were lots of Gael, which is a name that surprised me a lot. Why not call people Gabriel? or Gabriel in English, but in Portuguese it's Gabriel. That's why I call Gabriel Gabriel, not like Gabriel. But Gael, it's like a Gabriel shortened. I was like, what? No, not Gaio. No, no. So, actually, Gaio is a freaking badass name. It should be more popular. And there are also a couple Japanese names that I wish they were more popular. For example, Hiei. I love the name Hiei. It's such a good name. It's a character from Yu Yu Hakusho. What was the other one as well that I wish more people were named like that? I forgot. But there are some Japanese names I wish they were very popular. No, it was Gael. Gael. It's like Gabriel, but without the BRI, basically. And Samuel was also a very popular name this year here. There was another one that surprised me too. No, never mind. I'm thinking on the past year. Enzo. Have you guys ever heard of Enzo? Enzo was popular last year here. This year not much. There was also Davi, or yeah, Davi, right? Or David. Yeah, David in English, but it's Davi in Portuguese. Ultros would name his son Gaio. Man, go for it. Seriously, it's such a badass name. But you know he would be cursed. You think so? I mean, maybe a little bit, but it's still so badass. There are, I think there are names that can be much worse for a kid to have regarding getting. Uh, I always struggle with this word. Bullied? No, it's not like that. It's bullied, right? No, wait. Bowling? There we go, I got it. Getting bullied or bullied. I can't. Why is it so hard? But I know it's bow and then ing, right? Bowling. So let me change my phrase to make it easier to me. I know bullying, there we go, will happen to him a lot. But the name sounds awesome. It's different than like naming your son Goku, for example. Goku sounds, in my opinion, bad, and he'll be a target for bullying. But yeah, Gaio sounds freaking awesome. Some people will be like, "Oh my God, you freaking rock." No, Zangief is not a good name either, in my opinion. But I wish I could remember the other Japanese name that I think it's so freaking awesome and so beautiful as well that I kind of wish it were more popular. The English name that I wish it were more popular in Brazil that I really like is Thomas. I really think it's a freaking beautiful name, but it's not very popular here, and there is the Brazilian version of it or the Portuguese version of it, which is Tomás. I prefer Thomas, like in English. You are someone who is constantly having to spell his last name and repeating pronunciation of two people your whole life. Honestly, it's really, really exhausting. You don't want someone to feel like that. Wait, you think that people would struggle to spell Gaio or something? I mean, maybe some people. Your middle name is Tomat? Man, I love that name. I really think it's a fantastic name. But it's not common in here. I have a suspicion of why I like that name a lot. Maybe part of it is because I'm a big Daft Punk fan, and then one of the Daft Punk duo is a Thomas, but it's just a theory. I'm not sure if it's because of that, but I do think it's a good name. Oh, people will say Caio. Oh my god, you're right, right? And fun fact, Gaio in Portuguese, or if you like talk about that character here in Brazil, people will call him like Guile. Yeah, his name is so different in Portuguese. It's Guile. Oh yeah, let's play as Guile. It's Gaio in English. People would pronounce Gaio like, wait, I can't even say that. Wait, is it like what I said in Portuguese? Guili? No, maybe Guili. No, it's different. Guili. That would annoy a human. So I struggle a lot regarding my name because I have a double L, right? And it's so crazy how, even though my name is kind of written on my messages, when I'm chatting to people on WhatsApp, for example, even though my name is there, when people are typing my name to talk to me, they use a single L. It's like, seriously? Thank goodness I don't take it personal, so it doesn't bother me. But I sometimes wonder, like, you're seriously not saying that my name has two L's? But yeah, it doesn't bug me. Or when people mispronounce my name, I struggle both ways. My name can be pronounced in two ways in Brazil, and three if you consider how my name is pronounced in English. It can be Alan in English, Alan in Portuguese, or how my name really is, which is Alan. So Alan, Alan, and Alan. It's three different pronunciations. So I don't mind when it's different, but yeah, people normally misspell my name. You get that? Yeah, it's something I got used to. It doesn't bug me anymore, but it kind of surprises me that they can't realize it has two L's. Although uh, dyslexia is a thing, right? Hopefully I pronounced that right. Dyslexia is a thing, so maybe it has a part on that, on why some people do not realize that. You washed your sheets and your mattress protector today, and then your sleep is going to be phenomenal. I hope my sleep is going to be phenomenal too. I did not sleep well in the past days. Thank goodness I'm not feeling tired right now. I was expecting to feel much tired while streaming. But it's because my nose did get congested. I think that part of it was because of how hot it's been in here during the nights. So it was not humid in the air, or the air had no humidity. And then my nose was, I don't know, getting dry and then running. And then it was bugging me. I couldn't breathe really well, and then I couldn't sleep very well. But that was not only it. Of course, my anxiety had part of it too, or part on it too. But thank goodness it stopped. Like, it's not running anymore or getting congested. But it also makes me think, like, how can the same situation, or like, how can I feel this same way every time around this year? Wait, let me correct what I said. How can I feel somewhat the same way around the same time every year? There we go. Because when I had my first anxiety crisis, it was also around this time of the year, like during Christmas. And then I remember the year after that, after I returned to my apartment after celebrating the holidays with my family, I remember having some sort of insomnia in the first 2 days. Maybe it's because I was readapting myself to my apartment. And then this time I'm struggling with, thank goodness not that much, but I'm still having some trouble with the same situations like anxiety and insomnia around the same time of the year. Why is it a freaking pattern in my life? Thank goodness it's much better today because I learned a lot and I know how to deal with it and it doesn't get that bad. But it's still annoying. Like, can I have some peace of mind during this time of the year, please? It's so strange. Speaking of something completely different, guess what? Did you get a guitar? Did you get a guitar, Victor? That's my guess of what's going on. You got a guitar, didn't you? That was a very specific guess as well. I think it's because mentally it feels like things are starting. Yes, I think so. Maybe like a trauma, right? I do have a lot of, let's say, triggers, right? That's the word. I do have a lot of triggers around the end of the year. Um, it's just crazy how they have changed throughout the years, because years ago the end of the year used to be something good to me, like something that would make me cheerful and happy, because I used to be part of this group of friends that I used to hang out during the vacations, and then I used to go to Rio, and then we used to even go to Copacabana and then see the fireworks in there. And then we had a fight, and then that friendship was over. So, there is a mix of good memories and bad memories. And years later, when I had anxiety, it also happened around this time of the year, maybe connected to that, maybe not. I don't think it was directly connected, at least, but it's coincidental. It's a very triggering moment of the year to me, that's for sure. I have a lot of things that have happened to me during Christmas, during New Year's Eve, and then maybe that's why it is this way. But thank goodness, it wasn't that bad. I don't have it yet, but yes, okay, so you did get a guitar. It's an old Ibanez, same model Gary Moore used in the video for Out in the Field. So that's why you were mentioning his name, right? That's how you feel and people feel, you think? I think you got a point in there. I'm restarting the level again with one less life. Well, I would say that even though we move on and things change for sure, you still carry some memories. You cannot get fully over the past, right? So maybe it's something that do haunt you for a long time, if not forever. And then when it gets to this time of the year, everything goes crazy on my brain, and then I feel the way I feel. It's called RS530. Ultras knows it. You have yet to find that single humbucker model. When you do, you get it in a heartbeat. What is the color of your new guitar? I don't know why I'm feeling a green, but I don't think you would have a green guitar, will you? But I'm feeling a green. Is it green by any chance? Probably not. Yeah, you see, it's black with some red binding, kinda. Yeah, I don't know why I felt the color green, but I knew for sure, or I had a feeling, or I had a guess that you would not get a green guitar like that. Although I felt the color. Oh, you do want a green guitar though, huh? A red binding, it will make you look like you play it faster. Does it really? Well, why is that? Is it because the color red is more uh, intense for the eyes? After a quick googling, you can say it looks nice. Speed is what makes a guitarist great. That's polemic. Man, that's polemic. Is it really? What about the acoustic guitarists? Wait, guitarists, right? That's a hard pronunciation. Acoustic guitarists, aren't they great? Everybody knows that red cars and bikes are the fastest. That's funny because in video games they really are. I'm thinking on new Top Gear right now. The freaking red car. That car was the fastest, but at the same time the one that used the most amount of fuel. Big reason why I never picked it. But that's true, like, red cars are freaking the fastest, right? In, in media at least. It's only reasonable to assume that's the same with guitars. The best acoustic guitarists are the fastest one, right? I don't know. Are they? I'm not sure. And I'm not sure because it depends. Like, it depends on the person's taste. Somebody can enjoy a very slow song and then it's not fast for the guitarist to be playing it. It depends. It depends on the taste. Very, very polemic. So I got my speed and brains. Let me go for defense. Defense is looking very bad. I mean, who cares about rhythm and melody and fills and all of that crap? When you can measure things in pure speed, gotta go faster. Victor, I will turn you into an electronic music fan then if you wanna go and jump into some speedy things. What about that? Keep saying those things, man, and then you see what I'll be doing to you. You see the consequences of your words right there. I love how I say that, but I don't even listen to fast electronic music myself, so I probably wouldn't even have a great or crazy fast electronic song to recommend. I do know some, but I don't listen to them anymore. Objection! Dragon Force intensifies. I wish I knew how Dragon Force sounds like. I know it's a famous song, but I do not recognize it by the name. But I'm pretty sure I know it. I have heard it. Wait, I'm getting Penguinmon? There goes all of my plans for Garurumon, right? What the heck am I doing with Penguinmon now? Am I getting the... How was it called? Frigimon? This is out of my plans, but sure, I have two options down there. One is probably Frigimon, but then I don't have a strategy anymore for this. Ultros doesn't care for Dragon Force. Who plays Dragon Force again? Faster equals to more power, and more power is totally better in every way, of course. I like a few Dragon Force songs. Oh wait, Dragon Force is the name of the band? Actually, never mind. I was thinking it was the song name. I wanted Gabumon. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. Gabumon is from this. That's why I got Penguinmon. Yeah, I forgot that in this game, not in the anime. Gabumon is a Digivolution of Koromon. It's not Tsunomon. Okay. That's okay. I get what they do, but I have a hard time listening and appreciating, really, to be honest. But Herman is a cool guy. We have hung out a few times. I I guessed it was the song's name, but it's actually a band. I'm more of the string and the police guy. I do like the police, but Dragon Force suited your argument. I saw them with Camelot like 7 years ago when he casually was just walking around the merch stands, and I was like, oh hey, And we wait, and he engaged as in he already knew who I was, and we were shooting the shit. Ultras, you are so casual, man. It's like he was happy I was talking to him because no one was, which I thought was weird AF. A fast song is Angra, or Angra in Portuguese, that's the pronunciation. Temple of Hate. Oh yeah, Angra or Angra has a couple of really fast tunes. I will always love how Angra. Wait, I can't even say their name in Portuguese because I'm mixing the accents. Angra. There we go, Angra. I will always love how Angra has sung the Portuguese version of the opening of the anime Senseiya, which is my favorite anime. So even though I don't listen to them, I really appreciate them for giving us the fantastic banger, which is the opening for Senseiya in Portuguese. Best anime, by the way. You may not like it, but it's my favorite. And the reason why I'm saying you may not like it, it's because it has aged a lot. So, in comparison to some other animes, it may be bad. But as a kid watching that and growing up, man, it was fantastic. I'm not afraid at all of approaching a famous person if it seems appropriate time to try. Like, I would never bother someone eating or in a private convo, but standing by himself amongst a crowd of people staring into air, that's a fair game. Ultras, I did not say that in any bad way because I do agree with you. Like, I like when there are opportunities for us to be hanging out with people and meeting new people, you know? And I'm just saying that normally the impression I get from like people in other countries, I think it's just a stereotype, but normally I imagine that people are more reserved. So I think you are taking bigger risks in there for doing that than you would take if you were doing that in here, for example. So that's why I'm a bit like shocked, but I'm totally down for you doing it or anybody doing it. I actually hoped it was easier or more common because sometimes everybody just needs a company or somebody to be talking to, and sadly, because of society and everything, nobody talks to nobody, you know. So yeah, and I'm happy to see you do take some risks and then go for people like that when there is a good opportunity, of course. And most of times things go well. I also don't make them feel like I'm making the biggest deal in the world to meet them, and I usually try to not even talk shop. I think the worst experience was running into two people from Ramstein, and they made it clear they wanted to, you to fuck off. Yeah, man. When that happens, then you simply go by and then see you later, right? Honestly, I had to say goodbye to a potential friend in these days, but it was the best thing I can say that I did, right? It was the best thing for me because I don't like when people do not take me seriously, and I was feeling that I was not being taken seriously. So I was like, you know what, this is not going to work out. So bye. It's hard to say goodbye to people, but sometimes it's necessary. And I'm glad that I kind of learned my timing for that because in the past I think I committed more mistakes regarding keeping friendships that maybe I had chances to like say goodbye and finish that friendship, but then I did not do that. I was still trying to fix everything and trying to solve and sort things out. I learned a lot from the situations of my life. I was like, man, this is looking like that one situation, that friend that I fought before for this and for that, and then I knew it wouldn't work out. So you know, I saw the signs, and then I pushed the button, and it's like, nope, this is not working out. So before it gets worse, goodbye. So you know, even though it's harsh and bad, I'm kind of happy or satisfied that I learned my timings for doing that. But yeah, I was not being taken seriously. I was like, oh yeah, you know what? So I'm not invested on this anymore. So bye. And I'm also starting a new friendship, but I don't think it's going to. I mean, I don't want to have high expectations, but I will see how that goes. Basically, I will do what I can to turn it into a friendship, but if it doesn't happen, then it's fine. But it's what Otros is saying, like, if you have an opportunity, go for it. And if it doesn't work out, then just move on, right? Chatting with Sonata Arctica is always fun. I do like that name, Sonata Arctica. It's a beautiful name. Let's go for more defense. Wait a second. Wait, am I crazy here? Or is this Penguinmon very young or like younger than normal? Because how is Penguinmon only by age 2, you know? I mean, I know that they take some days to digivolve and stuff, but wasn't it like 3 days? I have the feeling this Penguinmon is rushing through everything, which is good. It's going to give us more time to train, but that's crazy. That's a very good and healthy attitude to think. Yeah, man, I know I could be that person that would be like, no, give it another try, or I don't know, insist on the friendship, you know, or try to sort it out. But there are times that you kind of don't have patience for that anymore, you know, and then no, this is happening to me again, or I'm seeing that it's not going to work out, so it was nice to try, but it's not doing it, so bye, you know. It's something that I think it's better for me to like realize it instead of ignore it, or of course it depends on the situation, but as it was still in the beginning of a friendship, it was not like an old or long-term friendship of any sort. It was a somewhat recent friendship, but I was noticing that I was not being taken seriously, or maybe the person did not have the the feedbacks that I was expecting or something. Yeah, it was better for me to like do something right now instead of, I don't know, hoping for a stronger friendship that I don't think it was going on that direction, you know. Because yes, like I think that in the past I used to be more uh, persistent on my relationships. Like, no, this gotta sort out. There gotta be a way, or there gotta be a solution to the problem, or like we can fix this up. And I learned that sometimes there is no fix, to be honest, and it's okay. So it's better for you to move on and focus your energy into other people that, I don't know, relate to you or connect to you in a better way, instead of pretty much spending your time with people that may not be great friends to you or something. So yeah, I changed that, and I know why I changed that. I changed that on me because I regained my pride. Because there was a moment of my life that I was without pride. I was kind of proudless, which was a moment that I was also very susceptible, or I was very, I don't want to say weak, but I was unstable maybe. I was emotionally unstable because I did not have my pride. And because of that, a lot of actions of others were hurting me a lot. And I was kind of uh, dealing with those things in a bad way, I would say, because they were depressing me and making me sad and everything. And I could not exit the situation because I still wanted to make it better or work on a solution or do something to change the situation. No, now I got my pride back. I'm like, I have my value. If I'm not seeing that value, coming back to me, I'm like done with this because I would rather be with people that see the value that I have to add to that friendship or to that connection or something. You know, it's important for you to have some sort of pride as well and realize if that's doing good to you or not. Because, yeah, the times of my life that I was uh, prideless, I did struggle and it did not do good to me in the end. And the friends were all lost also. So nope, I do have my pride today, and it's good. It's of course not something crazy, but just have a notion of like, is this working out? Is this not working out? Can you do something about it? Is the person doing something about it? And then if it's like no and no, then move on. Go find new friends or something. Basically, that's it. It sounds like you gave everything reasonable thought and a chance. You definitely did the both of you a huge favor by communicating that. Yeah, and considering the history at the least, there will be a mutual understanding of reason of or possible reasons. Exactly. I told the person why I was doing what I did, and I do think the person kind of was hoping for that too, because otherwise I think I would be treated more seriously. But anyway, you just didn't do it out of nowhere. Exactly. And I gave a last chance as well. I was like, this is my last sign. If you do not do anything right now, I'm out. And then I noticed that the person didn't do anything. And then I'm like, okay, I'm not being taken seriously, so bye. And it's fine. It can happen too. 1,000% people don't change. That's true. That's true as well. Sometimes that's just how the person is. Yeah, that's also true. Sometimes that's how the person is, and then you do not connect to them very well, or it doesn't simply work out. And that's why you need to do something. Like, you should not insist or uh, keep struggling on that relationship forever. You gotta know your time to go to exit, right? Or to give up about it. And I do think that in order for you to know that time, you gotta have some pride to know, like, your own efforts on that relationship, and when those efforts are not being responded or answered, or when there is no feedback. But then there is like people that are more open to friendships, that are people that take more time to establish a friendship, that are people and people. And that's why you gotta keep on trying. And then of course, accepting the way people react to the friendship, but then also realizing if that's going to work for you or not. And it's all good. You had a friend, we hang out, I say, 6 to 7 days a week for maybe all of 2011 until 2015. You guys did everything together. We had a lot of very deep issues with a lot of things that made him hard to be friends with. And he always drank way too much, no matter where you guys would go. Oh man, that sounds like a very problematic friendship. And he was 260 pounds of pure muscle and that's 6 feet and 2 inches tall, right? I hope I'm getting the units right in here. So when he had like 20 bottles of beer and passes out, not like you can help him and carry him anywhere, so he would cause trouble. So when you moved an hour away and you invited him up, and he flopped one day, so we were going to do the next weekend. I invited him up, and he said he didn't want to drive in the rain. And I said, keep your windows up then. And that's the last we ever spoke in 2015. But I think we are both okay with it. I don't miss his company really at all, to be honest. It feels normal. He was an alcoholic. Yeah, for sure, man. If you were on an island, honestly, all you would need is mixed berries. I would eat berries and fish for the rest of your life. So that was 2 meters and 125 kilograms. Yeah, sounds like a big guy. But the problem is like being an alcoholic. But yeah, I would say that in the end of everything I said, the thing is that I used to be a person that I would like, try the impossible to fix relationships up and try to make amends and, keep things like that. I finally learned that I do not have control over relationships, or like people are the way they are, situations are the way they are as well. So I accepted, or I learned to accept, that goodbyes are important. And it's good, like it's all good. If I need to do a goodbye, I do it. Sometimes it's not easy, but sometimes it's also easier than what you expect, to be honest. So I'm happy to see that I grew a lot regarding that, because some years ago I would be like crying for the friendship to continue, Today I'm kind of different. The last time we were actually together was in the Christmas of 2014. The Christmas day we went to the bar. He kept buying these staff shots, even though they said to stop. And he went to the bathroom and punched a hole in the wall through a ceramic tile. Wow! I wonder who had to pay for that tile. Wait, I need the tech, right? Yes. His hand was bleeding everywhere, and then you left him there. Your brother put him in the back of his pickup truck, or his pickup truck bed, and drove him home. Jesus. I really hope that he has been looking for some sort of help, because he's of course not only causing trouble to himself but also to his friends and his family by being an alcoholic. That's my deal about people that drink. I don't care if you drink, but it bugs me when you don't know your own limits and then you become an annoying drunk. I don't think the problem is drinking. The problem is if you don't know your own limits and then you start bugging others. But people, or some people, they don't know their limits. I don't think so. Our mutual friend just have once said that all he does is getting drunk. So I feel sad for this person now. If he still hasn't looked for help, he is going to cause a lot of damage to a lot of people, and probably only after he's at the bottom of the well that he will finally look for help. When I said that as a Portuguese uh, idiom, I don't think it exists in English, but I kind of said it like in Portuguese. To be in the bottom of the well, it's basically to be hopeless, to be at the worst. That's an idiom in Portuguese. So yeah, so only when he's like, you know, alone and very shitty, that he may hopefully realize that he needs to find help. But yeah, he probably will lose a lot of people, a lot of things around him by that time. He went on a vacation with two guys and got drunk and fought them and had to sit with them on the plane. Maybe he should be in prison then. I feel like peer pressure pushes people to drink more and more, I see what you're saying, but I also think that thankfully the peer pressure has been decreasing little by little, but there is still a lot to be done about that for sure. And when it's too late, well, it's too late. He got his own room at the resort after after fight, and he even held his friend close to the grill outside. Ultras, thank goodness you are far from that person, man. And I think that seeking help sometimes require more courage than sticking at the bottom. Yes, you do need courage, and but also sometimes you can't do it. Here's the thing, though. It's such a paradox. Of course, it's not for everybody, but I would say that for most people, they can only seek help when they get help. It's a paradox, but it's like something needs to change in your life out of nowhere, and most likely it's something regarding somebody else. It can be a situation or a person that comes to you and give you like a face-to-face talk, like a reality check on you, and then you realize things you couldn't see before or something. That moment needs to happen, and hardly it will happen if you are walking alone or like living your life alone, because you are so into your own delusions that you cannot see things the other way, you cannot think rationally, you can only have your mindset to that. That's why you are still stuck at it, because if you don't think differently you will never change your life. So that's why I do think that people need to come and to, hopefully this is the right word, intervene. They need to like do something to stop where you are, and then I don't know, give you an idea of what you need to be doing. But yes, it's like you need help to look for help, because after you have that spark of hope, you decide to go after help yourself, you know. But if he's only alone and nobody is changing his way of seeing things, he probably won't change his way of seeing things at all. But it's possible if he has a health issue. I would say the same happened to me. Like, for a while, some people told me that I should get some help, like therapy, but only after my first anxiety crisis that I really went after that, you know? So, yeah, sometimes you do need to go through some heavy things to really change your mind. He just has weird behavior. He had a very nice, tolerant, loving girlfriend who really stood by him. They broke up one Halloween. I'm not surprised actually, and I'm kinda happy for her. You were there during the. Oh my god. You were seeing the drama by eating popcorn, right, Ultras? His dad had a Ferrari, his own company. She drives a Mercedes, a rich family. And then after they broke up, he started dating a stripper with a child living in a shady, higher crime neighborhood. Wow. Like, he was trying to date the opposite on purpose, which is never going to be a good thing for you to be doing, right? When he's doing it for like force a situation into his life. Nope, you need to allow things to happen. By the way, did you poop right there? I can't tell because there are so many poops in here. I don't know who his friends are, but the two he started to hang out with after you know who they both are. And they are encouraging his behavior. Yeah, man, it's much better for you to like have moved on. I feel bad for that friend, but at the same time, you did what you could or you tried your best. And like I said some minutes ago, sometimes it's not uh, worth insisting on it because probably if you were still his friend, you would still be saying the same things and he wouldn't have changed, you know. So yeah, sometimes once we realize this is not working out for me or for us, it's better to say bye indeed. We were at a club and he was just doing stupid stuff and she was getting a little impatient. Then they fought and yelled and she stormed off down the street with her friend. Thank goodness she had a friend to help her out. So I flagged the cab down and he said forget her. Also, thank goodness he decided to forget her. And I said no way, we are leaving them alone downtown. Do you think so? That they would be under trouble? Okay, at least the ride back was silent. But yeah, that's very messed up, man. Very messed up. I'm glad that now those people and you included are far from that person, even though that person does need some sort of help. But maybe not necessarily he wanted that help to come from you. That's why he hasn't changed. It could be a tiny risky for two young ladies downtown in a big city on Halloween with drunk idiots everywhere. Oh man, but don't underestimate the ladies either because as they were very pissed from that situation, I'm pretty sure if somebody messed up with them, that person would probably get some good slaps right on their faces. But thank goodness everybody was okay. You didn't want her in a position to say we left her downtown? Yeah, that also sucks, right? I would say that you should have, I don't know, be with the girls and then leave your friend on the taxi or something. But anyway, maybe the girls also didn't want you to be with them to like ride her home. I'm not sure. Always one step ahead with crafty thinkers. That's the absolute best outcome. I agree that you could ask for if there is an altercation, but terrible shit does happen. You wanted to make sure everybody got home safe. Then you left him downtown once at the same club a few weeks before. He was sitting down on the sidewalk. You called her to get him and you left. So they did not break up in there? You do miss that club? The hottest Wednesday night? It's very crazy, right? How our life changes a lot. I will not gonna lie, I do miss the days I used to have in Rio, but I know they are never coming back, not with the same group of friends at least. There are some things in life that they really do not come back. But that doesn't mean that you cannot have other great experiences, but some things are really unique, right, for a certain amount of time. Hello, Dreboy, welcome, how are you? So now that I gave Penguinmon some Attack, defense, speed, and brains. I think I just need to work on HP and MP. Let's go for more MP. I kinda have the feeling I'm going to get a repetitive Digimon, but if that happens, what am I going to do? I need to think about that. I don't have many side quests left. Maybe I could go fight in the tournament. But I'm getting the feeling I'm going to get somebody that I already have. Maybe a Mojamon. And if that happens, that will not be good. Unless they can learn a new attack. If they can learn a new attack, we can work on that, but... Happy New Year, Bombichu! Welcome, how are you? These kinds of stories just remind you that you should work more on yourself. What do you mean by that? Do you mean keeping good people around you and leaving bad people behind or something? If that's the case, you should work more on yourself, yes. Like I said, you gotta, or at least I learned this in my life. Of course, my life is not your life or the life of anybody, so everybody will work differently. But at least in my life, I realized that I need to have a certain level of pride. And then that pride will tell me who stays in my life and who leaves my life. Because if I don't have that, I will get emotionally unstable. People will hurt me a lot, more than, I don't know, they even would want to be hurting me. I will get depressed and everything. So I gotta have this level of pride that I'm like, I disagree with this is not being good to me, or I appreciate this is happening between us in this relationship. So it's something that I actually have done to my friends during these holidays. At least to like my closest friends, I was certain to make sure I told them that I appreciated their company in my life last year. Like when I was sending them the messages for like happy holidays and everything, I made sure I was saying that I'm thankful for having you in my life, especially for this last year that we lived, you know, because it's both sides. You gotta appreciate the people that are really important to you, and you also gotta kind of say goodbye for those that are not. Somebody is telling me that I have items to use in case I'm afraid of what's to come. I have a Frigimon item, don't I? But then don't you think it's also a risk to take? I don't know, I could use that item. I think I have a Frigimon item. Well, not only, I guess we all have flaws. We do all have flaws, that's true. That if we let go, uh, it could take over our lives. Wait, flaws that if we let them go, they would take over our lives? Or alcoholism in case of Ultra's friend? Whether it's in anger or if it is in just procrastination. Also, Dreamboy, thank you so much for the bids. Thank you so much, man. I can't remember how to construct possessive when the name ends with an S. It's just the apostrophe. But I'm still trying to understand what you said in there. I guess we all have flaws that if we let go... Oh, I see. You were actually talking about a dangerous situation. You're not only talking about, I don't know, losing a friend or something. No, you're talking about putting our lives in risk. That's true. We all have, I don't know, crazy shit that if they go beyond limits, it can be dangerous to us, to people around us, to a lot of people that are not only regarding. Also, thank you so much, man, for those. I don't even know how many bits are there. Wait, 40 and 41. I saw it now. And then 14, thank you so much, man. I think it's now, is it 100? I can't do math. It's not 100 yet, but thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the bits. But yeah, you got a 985. There we go. I couldn't do math, but I really appreciated your bits in there. What I was talking again, I got off track right now. I got distracted by the bits. But yeah, you gotta, just like what I was saying when I was saying that the problem is not that you drink. The problem is if you don't know your own limits when drinking. That goes for anything. It can be drugs. It can be, I don't know, anger, like you said, Mitska. It can be anything. If you have a problem, then know your limits. So you do not cause damage around, right? Basically, that's it. I just remember watching you a while back and you seemed cool, so I wanted to do that for you. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. I do remember seeing you before here, although I would not be able to remember exactly when was the first time. But was it before Digimon World? Because I kind of have the feeling you stopped by the channel during this game. I mean, let's be honest as well here. Digimon World has been going on since forever. So even when I say that it's like maybe it's been a long time, it could be still Digimon World, right? Because it's been a long time we have been playing this same game since June, I guess. It's been 6 months, maybe. Oh, you were Mr. No Chill. I do remember your nickname, but then again, I will not be able to recall when you joined the channel. But then it's probably before Digimon World. I do remember your nickname. You always like to drink enough to the point where you still have some level of control in the situation. Yeah, man, it's very important. Like to not black out and vomiting, and then you have been there, you don't want to go back. That's also what I was saying before about sometimes you need to kind of get to the shitty situation for you to learn the lesson, right? I really learned my lesson after not having my levels of pride regarding relationships, because when I did not have that, it was destroying my emotions. I know sad. I was sad every day. I could not be a good friend. I was not having good friends. Now I have some filters. I have some. Uh, I can see things clearer. I can see things better. If they are working out, if they are not working out, if I should invest on a friendship, if I shouldn't. Of course, it's very relative, and sometimes people do surprise you on like positively and negatively, both ways. But it's very good for you to be alert or to have some sort of awareness of yourself, pretty much. I like to be in a position to take care of my friends if they go overboard. But of course, I said all of those beautiful words, but it's never easy. It's never easy to know yourself, to control yourself, and also to say goodbye to people if you need to. But anyway, guys, let's refocus on Penguinmon because otherwise we are going to get Shirimon. But that was a very good venting talk. Saburo was saying that the risk was the same for me to do a normal Digivolution or to use the item. The thing, Subaru, is that I can use that item to any champion. Wait, never mind. To any rookie, right? So, for example, let's suppose there is a run that I get a rookie that I didn't want to get. Let's say Betamon, for example. Betamon, we were able to get to all of his Digivolutions. If I get a Betamon again, I wouldn't want to get to another Betamon champion. I know that's not true because the champions can still turn into an ultimate and then I still gotta get the ultimate. But like when I get more limited on my options, I think that's a good moment for me to use my item. And Penguinmon still has two chances of becoming something new that I kind of would prefer giving it a shot. But then you are saying no to me right now. What were you talking about then? Also, why am I shopping? I have no idea why I came here. Was I going to the clinic? No, I left the clinic, right? So let's go back to training. Oh, Subway is saying, does it make a difference if I'm going to spend the item or not? Well, that's what I'm telling you. Yes, I'm just trying to fill up the chart. But then, let's go to the chart. Now I have Penguinmon. Oh my god, thank you so much for that subscription in there, anonymous person. Also, hello Inverse. thank you so much for gifting a sub to him. And also I got an emote in here. Thank you for that as well. That's my Portuguese reply on that emote. That's a beautiful 2020 wish emote. But yes, Subaru. In there I have two more options, you see. The odds are low still, I think, but I still wanna give it a try. Although if I had a Betamon, for example, which could be a result of... Never mind, it's a result of Tanemon. Oh yeah, it's Elekimon, right? Yes, Elekimon was the result of Tsunamon. Actually, we do need to go back to Elekimon. We don't have many champions in there. But I was saying that in case I get to a rookie that I have all of his Digivolutions already sorted out, that's a good moment for me to go for a complete different Digivolution. For example, using the item for Frigimon, because Frigimon is something that I still don't have, and he's not on that list. So you see what I mean? But hey, let's have hopes in here. Let's believe that Penguinmon will become Frigimon by normal means. Frigimon and who else, I wonder? I do not imagine, or I can't imagine. Who is the second Digivolution? It's probably somebody very random, like... It's probably one of those crazy Digivolutions that make no sense. Unless it is a Ice Ogremon or something? How were they called again? Hyogamon, right? What have I missed? You missed a crazy venting talk, Victor. It was a very good talk, actually. It's still about relationships and friendships and goodbyes and knowing your own limits and stuff. You had to pop out for a minute? That's alright, man. Wait, let me check my Digimon again. So yeah, first of all, I was surprised to see that Penguinmon got to a rookie stage that early. That was mind-blowing. She's still very young. I got to all of the stats I wanted. Although I'm now scared that if I keep on training Penguinmon a lot, I may get her to become Wamon if Wamon is Penguinmon's best evolution. Of course, once I get Wamon, in case that's what's going to happen, I still have a possibility right there to get a new ultimate, but then it's super crazy hard. That's why I would rather get another champion. So I don't know. It sounds weird, but I'm kinda wondering if I should sabotage myself a little bit. So Penguinmon doesn't become a great, strong Digimon, and then she becomes a somewhat, I don't know, low tier Digimon in there, like Mojamon. But then maybe I shouldn't sabotage myself on my stats. Maybe I should sabotage myself on like taking care of my Digimon. Maybe I should allow her to poop anywhere or like do something like that. Now Digimon World is giving me the mind games. Those talks can be good. Not really the type of talk I like the most for the most part, but it can do good every now and then. That's true. Maybe it's been a while since we last had. I mean, it's been a while because also I haven't streamed in a while. But it's been a while since I had a talk like that, I think. But hopefully this year we'll make new friends or our friendships will surprise us positively. And if they do not, then you know the time to leave or to move on. Hopefully this year will be good regarding that. Also, welcome back, Noble. You're soaked. Is it raining in there as well? You did not realize how hard it was raining when you went for a walk. You know something crazy? Not only, let me also make a link in here. I was saying earlier that it's crazy how during this time of the year or during this time every year, I kind of feel like the same or regarding those triggers that give me some sort of insomnia and anxiety. But also, I have noticed that every Christmas in here it rains, and every first days of January are always very cloudy and rainy as well. Not necessarily the day first, but it's always like that. How the years start. I wonder if you notice something about the weather in there that's very regular as well. It's crazy. It does look rainy in every beginning of the year, which is something that I actually like. Not only because it's summertime here, so it's hot AF, so having some rain help to make it less suffering. But it's very weird. Like it's a bit of a deja vu with weather. It's crazy. I was even telling my friends, like, look at this, it's raining again during Christmas. It always happens. If it's not raining during Christmas, then I will be surprised. But also, these first days of January, they are always cloudy and rainy somehow. So, even though you got soaked, Nubble, I don't know, I think that's not too bad. I don't know if you think like me. I'm one of those people that there are days that I don't mind facing facing nature pretty much. There are days that if I'm under a heavy rain or something, I take it. It kind of washes my soul pretty much. That's why I was having a talk one day about like how I wanted to go visit a place that has a geyser, for example. I want to feel that nature force. Not only a geyser, but also a waterfall, which is pretty much my first destination if I could travel right now. I wanted to go to the waterfalls we have in the south region here. Sometimes I don't mind leaving the force of nature. If it is a rain, give me the rain. Put it on my face, like put the raindrops on my face. I feel good about that actually. I just hope I don't get sick on the next day, but sometimes it's actually something good. At least I feel that way. I have a connection to nature, or at least I want to believe I have it. Lately, my connection has been mostly to the sky because it's what I can see from my balcony. So this last year, 2020, I was extremely connected to the sky. But some years ago, I would love to be under some sort of rain, or I don't know, to bathe myself in the beach. Some sunny days can be great to sunbathe as well. You normally avoid the rain at all costs, but sometimes your legs just don't allow you to. Do you take long walks, or I don't know, is it because you get too exhausted from walking? Or maybe it's both things. To be honest, I should be walking or doing some exercise because honestly, if there is something that I failed to do this last year, it was exercising. And I really love to walk, especially when I can listen to music. I would even love to walk while playing Pokemon Go, but sadly I live in a dangerous country that I should not be doing that. But if I could play Pokemon Go safely everywhere I go, I still go to some places and play the game in there. Like I can go to the museum and then while in the museum it's safe. But I can see myself walking even more if I could go to places without worrying about my safety. But as I need to worry at least a little bit, all I do is like earplugs and then music. So I don't show off my cell phone, you know? But I love to walk. So the loop you take is about 30 minutes long for the short loop, 45 minutes for the long loop, and you usually go for an average of 3 to 4 walks a day depending on the weather. Man, you do walk a lot then. And you mean that, oh yeah, if it is a loop, then you go to the beginning to the end and then you return to the beginning, right? Yeah. Victor needs to start exercising more again. It's been a while since now. Man, I'm not exercising at all. And I know it's really bad to me. Sometimes I do feel pain on my legs. And it's either because I'm not stretching them or exercising them. It's definitely not good. The only reason you are so good about walking is because your legs force you out so much. Wait, what do you mean by that? Do you need to walk because otherwise you will feel uncomfortable or something? It's been 2 years for Mitska, but he got back to it in November. Do you mean exercising, walking? I do miss walking a lot, but I will also not be walking around, even though it could be safe or somewhat safe uh, if I just stay far from people and wear my mask. But I'm really avoiding going outside because the situation here is still very critical and there are so many people ignoring everything. Exercising? No, no, my exercising is walking pretty much. I tried swimming, I tried running on a treadmill and stuff, but they were okay. But in the end, what I really love to do regarding physical activity is walking. And I can walk non-stop. I really like to walk. By non-stop, I mean I can take long distances because it's something I do like doing. You're not that lazy to not walk for 2 years. I haven't walked this last year though, but it's not because I'm lazy. It's because I'm really stuck at home. Otherwise, I would be walking at least once a week. If I don't walk, your legs will get restless. Wait, restless? And if you can't walk for enough days in a row, your legs will both physically and emotionally drive you insane. So it is like a therapy, right? That happened once when you were forced inside for a week straight due to weather. I get what you're saying, and I will say that that therapy of yours is like my Sunday thing. If I don't sunbathe, I will feel physically and emotionally altered. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Sometimes it is a therapy that we all have that puts everything in our system back to place or back to normal. My therapy about that is sunbathing. I do feel bad when I don't sunbathe in like 3 to 4 days. That's why I try to sunbathe at least a little bit every day. And it's been doing miracles to my mental health. This year, I think I will try going for weekly walks at least. Do it, Victor, and go for go for it while listening to music, of course. You need to. Here's the thing: you need to start slow. Like if you tell or if you give yourself objectives that you kind of know that you will not accomplish them, then don't give yourself those objectives. So now you're saying that you try going for weekly walks at least. If you don't think you'll be able to do it, try something, I don't know, that you are sure you can do. Even if you tell me like in every 15 days, then it's not more weekly, I will go for a walk. Is that going to give you more safety regarding I'll be able to accomplish that? Go for that. Start like that. Because then little by little, you may enjoy walking more, and then you can change that to something closer to your biggest dream. Like, oh yes, but I wanted to walk like in every 7 days, right? Weekly. Now I think I can do that. So it starts slowly. Even if you tell me I will walk at least once a month, I will say go for it. But then it's something that you know you can do, and then that's why you will do it. So it starts slow, Victor. It starts slow because you gotta do something that you are more certain you can do it, or it's, let's say, easier for you to do it. And then little by little you'll be feeling more rewarded for accomplishing those little goals or small goals, and then you can go for the ones you really wanted. But if you tell yourself weekly and then that scares you, I can tell you already you will not accomplish that. That's why you need to go for even something, let's say, uh, less interesting at first, but that's when the magic will happen, because you'll be able to move on to another objective from and then to another one. And if at some point you need to go back to the previous one, then that's fine, but then you work harder to go back to the one you were before. Just give yourself a goal you're sure you can accomplish. That's the messaging here. I'm also saying that because that's what I also learned thanks to like investing. uh, there are people that they are scared of investing because they don't have a lot of money, and then they tell themselves, oh yeah, I gotta have, I don't know, 1,000 money or even more, 10,000 money, and then doesn't matter if it is dollars, reais, or euros or whatever, because why would I invest with so little amount of money? No, everybody should start investing with like whatever resources they have, even if it's just a small amount, because you start like that. It's something you know you can do, and then by doing it you start getting used to doing it, and then by getting used to do it you may be doing it more, and then it keeps on going. But if you give yourself impossible goals, you never even start it. So Victor, if you think you will not be able to walk for 1 week or every week, go for 15 days or 1 month. But whatever you settle in the end, then be sure you do it. And then with time you adapt it for something maybe better. When I was studying, I used to work in a restaurant, 10-hour shift standing and walking. On my days off, used to take walks because you couldn't sit in place, because you got very used to walk around everywhere, right? But are you better about that today? Can you now not have this urge to be walking? Although I do think it's something great. I do love to walk. I actually prefer not listening to music when you go for walks. You prefer the silence? That's okay as well. Well, the thing is, I don't take it seriously enough, so it doesn't matter if I decide if I will do it monthly or weekly. It will happen more when you feel like it. Yeah, but also you gotta push yourself a little bit, right? If you're telling me that you will not do it even monthly, then it's a bit worrying. But you start with low goals and then you keep moving on from that to bigger goals. You are bad at keeping up that sort of routine. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to make it easier to you. Yeah, it's definitely not impossible, but if you're still doubting you can do it, then maybe you should start even slower. Yeah, you know yourself that you won't go for walks every year. That's true. You don't need to also have a perfect run. But surely do the best you can. The reason you think weekly is that. Wait, is that it's not much, but it's often enough to make it a thing. I can see what you're saying. There may be times that it's either too cold or the week was too busy, you got too distracted, or you're too tired, you didn't sleep well or something. Things can happen, like things like that can happen every time. But it's also a bit important for you to have an objective for why are you walking. I mean, oh my god, it's happening. Is it going to be Mojamon? No, it's Shelmon. So this is a repetitive. I'm kinda not that surprised. But can you learn anything new? Oh no, he can't. Okay, so now this sucks. Because I don't know what to do with you now. And this is also frustrating or depressing because our first ever Shelmon was also a, let's say, bad run or very sad run. This is going to be a sad run as well, so Shelmon has no luck on us, right? No luck at all. I guess the tournament is my option. We could try going for that. That's what you're saying. It won't be a perfect run, but it will be something totally, man. Every step counts. Okay, I will actually ask the chat suggestions of what I could be doing with Shelmon. I can only think on the tournament. I mean, he can digivolve, but I don't know if he'll get there. There is also the situation going on in Factorial City that we need to bring a Digimon to Gardromon, but then I don't think it's Shellmon business. You think we will enjoy it more if it's more for the fun of it rather than for achieving a goal? Well, I walk for many reasons together. To sunbathe, also because I do like walking as well, that's really helpful. Sometimes I also take walks to go eat somewhere or to buy like some sort of meals and then bring them home so I can eat that for dinner. I also like to go see the sunset. Sometimes I go play Pokemon Go at some specific places like the museum or the university, and I listen to music. It's basically something that makes me healthier in many ways, not only because of the physical activity, but also because of the sunbathing plus the fun of it, and also the relaxing part of walking and seeing beautiful nature, like seeing the ocean and the sunset and everything. Oh yeah, sometimes I also go to the park and then I play Pokemon Go in there too. Yeah, the exercise is the bonus. I agree. So the chat has no suggestions what I should be doing with Shelmon. Okay, so we are going to try the ultimate and go for the tournament. Because that's what that is for me to be doing, right? Also, that was very loud. Oh, by the way, I forgot to do something. Let me write myself a note so I can do that after the stream. There we go. You're not counting walks that have the purpose of getting somewhere, because that still happens often enough. You're thinking more about going for walks that are just about the walk. So, Victor, you just remind me of a video I watched some days ago, and that video is about an anime. I'm pretty sure Gabriel and maybe Sabro as well. I don't know if Sabro has watched this one, but Gabriel for sure has watched it. It's an anime called Cardcaptor Sakura, and it's a very good anime, but it's also one of those, let's say, targeted for girls animes. Although that shouldn't be really true because boys can enjoy, let's say, girly animes and vice versa. Girls can enjoy targeted for boys animes as well. But it's a magical girl anime, and it's one of the best for sure. And I was watching a video that this guy that's a movie critic, and I really like his criticism of things in general. Most of times he's criticizing movies, but this time he criticizes Cardcaptor Sakura. He said that one of the best things that happened to him in this last year, 2020, it's so crazy to say last year because it still feels like it's 2020, so I need to be careful to not say this year, but no, it's not this year anymore, was to rewatch Cardcaptor Sakura and watch it until the end of Cardcaptor Sakura because he has never finished it so far. And the reason why it was so good for him is because he realized that the anime had a lot of soul and it was super heartwarming and it was so light. It was so peaceful as well. It did have drama and situations, but they all were very easy to get. They were not stressful at all. So it was something that he could find some peace of mind during this last year. But the thing that changed his life, let's say the most about watching or rewatching that anime, was that Cardcaptor Sakura has a lot of scenes that are very chill. Like the characters are not necessarily progressing on the plot of the show, or the characters are not doing something very amazing, or they are not like into some crazy action every time, you know. There are moments that are pauses, they are breaks in the middle of everything. And he realized that in his life he was not allowing himself to have those breaks. And basically what happened to him during the pandemic was that he turned into a workaholic. And after a lot of time he started to get exhausted from everything, and that was making him depressed and all. And what saved him was Cardcaptor Sakura, because by re-experiencing that anime and by seeing those characters in that anime allowing themselves to have like a time to spend with nature by going to a park, or by, I don't know, having a picnic with friends, or drinking some tea on the sofa with their family, you know, he was noticing that there is that charm on Cardcaptor Sakura that sometimes we kind of ignore completely in our lives because we are so busy, and then we do not take a time to like, let me just grab a snack, sit on my sofa, and think about nothing. He was noticing that on the show a lot, and he needed that in his life. And then Cardcaptor Sakura made him to go out for walks, which is the point I wanted to get all the way. So yeah, now he's taking walks. He's noticing nature. He's looking at the trees and everything, and that has been giving him more peace in the middle of all of this crazy and hard reality we are in, right? So yeah, Victor, go for it, man. I wish I were going for it as well, but sadly, I still rather prefer staying inside, even though I know I could go. But thank goodness my balcony has been giving me the peace I kind of need by sunbathing and looking at the sky and everything. There were some days that I could even see the moon, and I was like, man, I missed seeing the moon, you know, it's so good. But yeah, you gotta remember, or kind of give yourself those times or moments that you are just appreciating your surroundings, and you're not like rushing to do something in particular, or focusing on a certain work or some certain responsibility. It's really important for you to plug off everything and, you know, just have a good time or an easy time. And then I remembered that he went for walks because of Cardcaptor Sakura, which is a fantastic anime, by the way. And this year, though, or you see, I was being careful to not say this year, but now I just said it. Last year, my escapee, I'm not sure how to say this. My escape, let's say escape. My escape was to watch Rema, or to rewatch Rema actually, and I'm still doing that because it's also a very long anime. Rema has a lot in common to Cardcaptor Sakura, although it's more adult and more mature. Yeah, it's totally more mature. But regarding the peacefulness of it and how it feels good, and then how it's not stressful, it's also charming and it has a lot of fun. It's been my Cardcaptor Sakura of this year. Or I said it again. It's because I'm still watching Rama. I'm still not done with it. So I will also keep watching it in 2021. But yeah, it's like you gotta allow yourself to have those moments. It sounds like K-On! Or Love is War. Regarding Love is War, everybody says fantastic things about it, but to be honest, I did not like it. Maybe it's because it was not my type of humor, or maybe because I had huge expectations for it, but yeah, I did not like it. But it's like that. It's like it. I mean, they have progression, of course, but it's also something, and then I'm going to give it another link in here. It's also something that I noticed, and I also have heard discussions about it on the Studio Ghibli movies. And fun fact, I'm saying this as well because it's so fitting, because I watched a Studio Ghibli movie yesterday. I rewatched Spirited Away. And Spirited Away and also the other Studio Ghibli movies, they also have those scenes that maybe some specialists would say I don't understand why this scene is in here. Like, it's not showing progression, it's not showing drama, it's not showing action, it's not showing anything. It's just showing, I don't know, the surroundings or the nature around that world, or the characters doing something boring like riding on a train. That's the scene from Spirited Away. But there is a meaning in there. The meaning is that it makes you more immersed to their story, or you can relate to them more somehow, because they help you to really absorb everything that the story has showed you so far. Plus, you can picture the world they're in better, you know? So that was the discussion about the Studio Ghibli. And yeah, there are animes and animated movies as well that they can give you that lesson, and it's a very good lesson for you to adapt in your life, to allow yourself to have some breaks, or to just appreciate your surroundings. Don't worry, the Chinese New Year is in February. Okay, there we go. At least somewhere in the world it's still 2020, which doesn't sound good to be honest, but I'm not completely wrong. It's also 2020 in the Julian calendar too. I don't want to sound depressing, but 2021 won't be easy either. And even though there are some somewhat good news about vaccines and stuff, there are still some shady things going on as well. Uh, Even regarding the vaccines themselves. So I do hope uh, something happens that will, I don't know, solve most of our problems right now. But I'm pretty sure, or at least I'm expecting this a lot, which is to things to take a lot of time still. Like, we may still have some 6 months in there of hardships because of this second wave of the pandemic and this new variation of the virus that maybe some tests do not detect it still, and then the vaccine, who know, may not work on it. You know, there are a lot of dubious things happening still. But one thing is for sure, 2020 taught us a lot, and it also allowed us to readapt our lives a lot. So we are more prepared for 2021, that's for sure, and that's why I think we will have a better year than 2020. But then I still don't think it's going to be like a crazy big change. It's still going to be hard. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm expecting like 2021 to still be somewhat very hard. You totally get that. I guess it also kind of acts as water levels in games. I did not think about that, but that's a good comparison. And also cutscenes sometimes. The cutscenes sometimes may, depending on the cutscene, of course, but some cutscenes may be, let's say, unimportant or not too important, but they do help to create the atmosphere. They help you to get more immersed or to feel that universe. And then that's one of the things that a lot of the Studio Ghibli fans like in the Studio Ghibli movies. And it's like scenes that show a transition that has nothing regarding the plot in there, but they are, I don't know, showing you the world. And it's important for you to see the world. That's the point. So even though uh, we have busy lives, please see the world you live in sometimes. Take a walk, sunbathe, if you like sunbathing like me. See the world. It's really important. So the last few weeks, everyone has been like, I can't wait for 2020 to be over. Yeah, now everybody's kind of disappointed, right? I don't know what they were expecting to change from, I don't know, one day to another. Exactly, it's still 2020 basically. But I do think it's going to be better. I'm not saying a lot better, but a bit better, because we learned how to deal with 2020. So unless you forget the lessons and you put yourself to more risk this year, which is something that I hope you do not do to yourself and to the others. then it may be a shittier year or a year worse than 2020. But yeah, if you learned lessons from 2020, please use them on 2021, and this year will be better because of that. Because in 2020, nobody was prepared for it. It got everybody by surprise, you know. But nothing has changed other than the number we use to name the current year. I'm somewhat ambivalent about this pandemic. You wish we were all behind us, restrictions lifted, but you're also liking working from home, not wasting time and money to commute. Yeah, not everything was bad, you know. Some people learned things about themselves that they didn't know. Good and bad things, of course. Some people, I don't know, learn that they are careless and then they can agglomerate and then they don't fear anything and then they can infect everybody. But some other people also learn that they are stronger than what they thought. Like, I learned that about myself. Like, I was doing therapy and, you know, I was worried about my mental health and everything. And thank goodness I had that help for some months, if not a year, maybe a year actually. And this year put me to test everything I learned from my therapy, from myself, and it did work out very well. It was mind blowing to me that I was like, man, I'm taking this pandemic kind of well, considering everything that's happening. So you know, even though we were facing and still facing a very out of the box situation or a very unexpected situation, it's what I said. We learned a lot of things. So there are changes that happen that will stay within us or in the society forever, like working from home. I really hope that you can work that out with your company if in case the pandemic ceases, I don't know, anytime soon. And then they are like, oh, come back to the office. No, I imagine that some companies will have this possibility of allowing some people to work from home if their job can fit that. Because I also think it's less expenses to the company if people work from home. Not in every case, of course, but it's something to negotiate. Oh my god! Pilot Man, how are you, man? More than 10 years of amazing streams, I appreciate that. It's been freaking more than 3 years, right? That's true. We're actually getting to the fourth year, man. In 2 months, it's the fourth year. I'm not feeling time passing by at all. But thank you so much for the resub, man. How are you? It's been some time, right? Hopefully, you're doing great, man. I'm just sad that you were stopping by right now, though, because we had a lot of very deep talks today, so I kind of wished you were there for those talks. Maybe now it's like I don't know, the end of the heavy talks, but still great to see you, of course. But how are you, man? But Mitska, totally negotiate working from home with your company. It's more possible than what you think. I do think it's going to be less expensive for them to allow you to do it than having you in the office. Now in 2020 it's New Game Plus. I actually thought on that. I was going to make that joke, Sabro, but I was going to say that 2021 is the DLC. That's funny, you remind me that I was planning to say that at some point. Yes, 2021 is the DLC in my opinion. It's the DLC of 2020. Tech for the emote. You're doing good, nice to hear. The pandemic barely exists there, that's fantastic, man. So life is good. It's been a bit of a snowstorm that hit in the middle of practicing Tai Chi in the park today, which was hilariously, oh my god, that's a horrible word. But I'm actually pronouncing it wrong, isn't it? It's hilariously, isn't it? Not hilariously, it's hilariously. That's why it's hard. Cold and fun. Hello, is this the place where we watched 2020 Part 2? Hey X5, what's up, man? Is it dubbed or subbed? So, do you think that 2020 is a series? Or do you think it is a video game like I was telling Subaru? If you think it's a video game, then this right here is the 2020 DLC. Or New Game Plus. The second, right? It's hilariously. There we go. Maybe that's why it was so hard to pronounce it at first as hilariously, because it was sounding wrong. Alright, man? By the way, X5, we got a repetitive Digimon, so if you have any suggestions of what should I be doing with Shelmon, please drop it, as I have no idea besides going to the tournament or praying for a miracle and then this guy can become into an ultimate. But any other suggestions are appreciated. It's probably a shitty dating sim, but to have a pandemic as a story main plot. Wait, why are you saying it's a dating sim though? You think that 2020 was a dating sim? If I had to think on a genre of 2020, I think I would say thriller. I would say thriller. Everybody was up their nerves because they were, I don't know, losing their jobs or word of getting sick. We are still worried. Why are we talking like the past? We should not talk about the past, like it's still present. You see, the freaking shenanigans of putting a new name on the year are working against us. No, it's still going on. Do not feel careless or stay safe because it's not freaking over. The game is still going, the series has a new season. But I would say it's a thriller to me. Because everybody was panicking. With reason, to be honest. It's not like without a reason. Okay, so I'm back to the training because it's all I can do. Let's go for more stats, I guess. And then after some more days, we try the tournament. I have a thing to say or to ask to Pilot and Ultras, although I wish I could remember the name of the location because it's a place in Canada that I was watching a crazy video. I always watch the crazy videos and curious facts in the world, right? But I wish I could remember the name of the place now. But when they show up, I try to ask them if they know something about it. Probably not, but who knows? It's just that if I see or if I watch content that are giving me information about the countries where you guys live in, that's something for me to be asking you directly, like, is it like that or do you know it? Have you heard of it? Because I think it's the best thing when somebody gets to me and say that, I don't know, they learned something about the place where I live in, and then I'm like, oh my god, you got access to that information, or like you were able to try that out. I think it's a good feeling, you know, when your reality gets closer to other people's reality somehow, especially people that are from far from where you live. So I do like bringing up crazy topics about the different countries in the world because I sometimes want to surprise them, like, look what I found out about your country. Although I forgot the name of the place, I would need to describe it. Or I should Google it as well. But anyway, Shelmon, my guy, your life ain't easy. You are really cursed to only train my playthroughs, right, Shelmon? Man, you are still tired? So it's on an easy difficulty? Wait, you think it's an easy difficulty? I wouldn't say 2020 was on easy difficulty, even if it were a dating sim. Because there is no disappointment when your crush finally sees you in real life. Because she won't. I mean, sadly, Mitsuka, I wish your words were real, but man, the amount of people that are seeing each other under the risks. Why are you doing that, people? Yeah, I would say that those people will get to a bad ending. It's a tragic love story, basically. So, how old are you now? 6 years old. Let me get more carrots. But man, Pilot is freaking right. It's been almost 4 years of streaming. That doesn't feel like it at all. I mean, maybe it's also because I have played very few games during 2020, so it also makes me feel like a little amount of time has passed by, as I haven't played many games. I only played 5 games, but at least I enjoyed those 5 games the most I could. But Polybridge, because Polybridge was unbeatable. But the other games, we did a lot of stuff in them. By the way, I learned about this one game this week. It's called Evoland. Have you guys ever heard of Evoland? I actually had it on my YouTube feed of like videos to watch, and there is this YouTuber that was going to play like 30 minutes of it to see what it is about. So I watched the very beginning of it, but after 2 or 3 minutes, I decided to close the video or to stop the video because I didn't want to get spoiled. Because I have seen enough for what's the game's purpose or like what the game was trying to do. I thought it was so genius. Evil Land is about a game that, as you keep playing it, it goes from generations to generations, but not generations. Like in time per se. I'm talking about gaming generations. Like it starts as a very simple game, and then you unlock features little by little, and then it seems that you keep on moving on from like, I don't know, 8 bits to 16 bits, and then 32 bits, 64 bits, maybe 128 bits, I'm not sure, and then 3D graphics. You go from 2D to 3D as you keep progressing on the game. And there is the RPG aspect of it as well. No, 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 Evo, 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 like evolution, Evo Land. I saw that idea and I saw the exactly that's the one. It's on Steam. Look for it on Steam. I loved it. It's like a very old RPG. Like it starts as a very classic RPG, but as you play the game and you find the things that will transform the graphics of the game and the mechanics of the game, it grows. Like it will become by the end a 3D RPG, you know. So I thought it was such a creative idea, and I'm also expecting the game to have a somewhat good plot. But even if it doesn't, the art style or the option or the course they went for the art of this game is already worth checking. This crazy evolution of the generations of video games. I really got curious about that game. So as I saw how it started, but I don't want to say how it really starts because I think I would be already spoiling you a little bit. I was like, I need to play this game at some point. I really liked what I saw. So check that out. It's a very curious game and highly recommended even though I haven't played it. Welcome back, man. And so I'm back from outer space. You just walked in to find me here. I'm sorry if that's a song, but I don't know which song is that. With that sad look upon my face, you should have changed the stupid look. Should have made me leave the key. If you had known for just 1 second I would be back to bother thee. Wait, what song is that, man? Should I know that song? That sounds like a also somewhat terrifying song because it's like you should have changed the lock because otherwise uh, that person, I don't know, it's invading your property. Do you know that song, Gabriel? I will check the name of the song and close it because thanks to new Twitch uh, guidelines, I cannot listen to songs right now, right? Gloria Gaynor. Oh, it's I Will Survive? Seriously? That's the lyrics of I Will Survive? Oh my god! Mind blown. I'm like shook. What the heck? Those are the lyrics of I Will Survive? You see how horrible I am with lyrics? Man, now I feel like if Gloria Gaynor was singing or talking about, I don't know, a cake recipe, I would never figure. Because I never paid attention to the lyrics of that song. She could be talking about anything. She could even be speaking in Portuguese, I would not guess. Oh wait, you did twist the lyrics a little bit? No, but even with that I would not get it. It's supposed to be talking at the person, but to turn it around to talk about yourself. Dude, I'm like feeling bad now for not knowing the lyrics. But at the same time, do not have high expectations because I'm always saying that I'm bad with lyrics. If you tell me to, I don't know, sing Brazilian anthem, I will suck. But yeah, I cannot do lyrics. Just by that alone, it was easy. I never noticed it was such a crazy story. I don't know, I was thinking it was some sort of metal music, to be honest, about an alien. I was going into a extraterrestrial interpretation of that. I really went far away with that, with those lyrics. But you know what that made me miss? This is going to be a Brazilian reference though, but hopefully there were shows about that in other countries as well. Here in Brazil, there used to be a show that it was all about music, and the contestants or the people that were participating in the show, they had to guess musics or songs, either by the notes, either by the lyrics. I miss that show. That show was fun. It was like a quiz show as well, but it's all about music. And then the sooner you realize a song that had those notes or that had those lyrics, you earned points, right? Now I know that I would do horribly if somebody invited me to play that game or to join that show, but it's really fun. And when I use it to play music board games with friends, I always had to go for, not always, but many times I had to go for a mimic version of the song that I had to tell the others to guess instead of uh, singing it, but without telling them the lyrics. You know those games that you can play with your friends that I have this song on my mind, you gotta guess it, but I will not sing it like with the lyrics. I will just say la 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 la. Just an example. Yes, I as I'm not that big into popular music, mostly because I do have my own universe of music that's like something that I kind of hear and then nobody else knows what I'm hearing or listening to. For example, the other day somebody was giving me a reference of Adele. I think it was Rion, if I'm not mistaken. And then I was like, I'm sorry, man, but I don't know what is that Adele song. And then he was like, how don't you know Adele, like Adele songs? Yeah, because I don't listen to popular music. But yeah, I always had to go for a mimic of the name of the song instead of singing the song because I most likely will not know the song. So I don't know the rhythm for me to be la 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 la, and then please get the song right. So I go for a mimic version. You have a theory that they always pick dumb people for those quiz shows. No, I disagree. I do have some memories of some people that did well because you'd be rich if you manage to participate in them. There we go. So you do know a lot of. It's also because you told me once that you were very eclectic on your music genres, right? I'm not eclectic on my music genres, and I do not listen to popular music, especially Brazilian music. I have no idea which Brazilian songs are popular today. I mean, I have an idea on the genres, but like this band, that song, I don't know. I don't freaking know. You would fail on those quizzes, pilot. I mean, if it is a some very I almost said popular, not popular, but I want to say somewhat famous and classic song, maybe I have a chance, but I would not win that show for sure. And if it is a song from today, then I'm pretty sure out of it. What I'm trying to say is that I'm very limited. I do know some things about music and music culture, but it's definitely not deep. And maybe that's what I'm kind of trying to do at the moment when I was telling Victor, Scapluni, and Ultras earlier that give me those crazy metal recommendations of yours because I'm more open minded to listen to somewhat new music today, even though I may not love them, but I'm trying to at least know them or learn more about them. Knowing only the most surface level aspects of pop culture and trivia. Yeah, I would say I do know surface level as well, especially regarding the melodies. But the lyrics, no, the lyrics, I'm horrible at that. But you wouldn't classify yourself as a dumb person. Yeah, I wouldn't call myself as a dumb person as well. At least when I was playing that game with my friends regarding Guess the Music, and when they were even la 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 the songs, I could get some right. But of course, not all of them. You're not a fan of several artists, but you do recognize a lot of movies and then song series. Regarding movies, I'm not sure. I would say I know some movies, but there are still many classics I have never watched. For example, The Godfather. And there is even a movie that I wanted to watch, although because the year has changed, it was removed from Netflix Brazil. Maybe it is in another Netflix in other country, but here in Brazil, because it's 2021 now, Schindler's List was removed off Netflix, and I still had to watch that movie even though I know it's sad AF, but it's a classic. uh, it's a renomated movie, and I wanted to watch it, but I still haven't, and now it's not on Netflix. Maybe in the future it comes back. But just another example of a famous movie that I still need to watch, Schindler's List. Me too. I do recognize some tunes. I'm actually good on that. For example, sometimes I listen to, I don't know, a video game music that reminds me of another song or another video game music. I do have some sort of good association with tunes, even if I can't get things very exactly spot on, like the song title or the artist. Yeah, I do have some musical memory, but not the details. Even for I Will Survive, you had to Google who the artist was. Me, I would not know. After you said it, that it was Gloria Gaynor, then I remembered it. But if you asked me right away, I would not be able to know. You think that The Godfather is overrated? I I think I will not like it, but I do have some curiosity because it's a classic and it's such a movie that it's a favorite of many, right? Hey Pietro, how are you? I hope you are doing alright. Also, I don't know if I said happy 2021 to Pilot, but happy 2021 to Pilot, Mitro, and everybody else that I forgot to say it. But hopefully you're doing alright, Mitro. Good to see you. Wait, you got a 30 seconds of commercial? Oh man. I do have the ads going on though, but didn't know they were that long. Yeah, happy 2021 to everybody. Stay safe. It's like a DLC of 2020, like we were saying. But I do hope it's a better year for everyone. There we go, Metro. Welcome back. How are you? Hopefully you're doing great. Happy 2021. What am I training now? Let's go for brains. Oh yes, pilot. I remembered what I was saying earlier. Although I don't remember the name of the location, but this is going to be a crazy talk, by the way. But you guys know that sometimes it happens in here. So, pilot, I was watching this video that was listing places in the world where gravity doesn't work correctly, or it's like crazy places in the world that gravity can be tricky, or it has some even optical illusions that may make some people think that uh, this is not logical or like gravity is wrong or something. There were some places in Canada that gravity seems to be flipped or I don't know, weird. They had a magnetic area, if I'm not mistaken, in New Brunswick, but then I don't remember the name of the area anymore. But just wanted to throw that curious Canadian fact that there are some spots in Canada that gravity is weird. And if you're curious, you should maybe Google that a little bit and maybe even visit the place. They had like a video showing a slope that the car, if you like, uh, if you turn it off and then you would expect the car to go down the hill, but it goes uphill actually. So it's like crazy locations in the world that those situations can happen. Oh yes, Mitro, I don't have the cam. It's because my cam, I don't know what happened to it. It got glitchy slash bad in one of the streams actually. And then after that happened, I think it happened maybe a month ago already. I could not fix it. But at the same time, in the next weekend or in the like weekend after that happened, I also realized that the cam was not that important, so I was not also urging to fix it or like to go buy a new one. I decided to take some time before going after another one. So thank goodness my computer is all good but the cam, and that we could still have some good streams even without the cam. But yeah, the cam somehow out of nowhere it started freezing, and I still don't know how to fix it. I did try downloading new versions of the softwares I were using. Wait, I was using new softwares I was using, but they did not do it. And I tried updating some of my computer specs as well. They didn't seem to change. I really don't know what happened to the cam. Maybe it's because it got old or something. Hopefully, when I get a new cam, then it will work. Because I'm also a bit worried of like maybe the problem is on my computer. It's not per se on the cam. But I'll need to test that out. But yeah, the cam got bad, and then sadly, we are having like a podcast stream kind of, which to be honest hasn't been that bad either. Because in here we mostly chat, and there is the game as well, but we mostly chat anyway. So yeah, but I will try maybe buying a new cam this month probably. Also, Pilot knows about it. Yeah, it's like a crazy place, right? It's about 90 It's so close to you. I cannot believe that. You have been there a few times? Okay, you see what I was saying? I was saying earlier that I love to bring up crazy facts about the places where my friends around the world live because I want them to be surprised that I learned that about their places. But about this one, I was concerned of like, Pilot will never know about this crazy gravity weird location, or weird gravity location. No, gravity. Pilot lives close to it. I love how I called Pilot Gravity. Hi, Gravity, how are you today? Gravity Whisperer, right? I love how you know it and you have been there a couple times and you live close by. You see how small the world is? In reality, gravity works just fine there, but the terrain creates an optical illusion. Oh, okay, so it's one of the optical cases then. But it was not the only one. There was another Canadian location in there too. If I'm not mistaken, the number one on that list, it was like a top 10 places. The number one was a big field. Is that the magnetic hill you were talking about? It probably is. So I may be thinking on the other Canadian location that was lower on the list. Yeah, the magnetic hill sounds closer to the number one. You miss my adorableness. Hopefully we can fix the cam soon, Metro. I will try getting another one maybe this month. But as the streams were also going alright with the chatting and everything, I also felt not pressure like to get a cam like tomorrow. Also because it was the end of the year, we had the breaks, I decided to give it some time. It happened out of nowhere, like I said, I was not ready for it. But yeah, I will try getting another cam, and I do hope that it will work well because I'm also concerned about that. Wait, you got your stream setup about 90% working again? Wait, did you have a problem with your stream setup before? I thought you stopped the streaming because you were busy or something, not because you had a problem on your setup. After the upgrade to Mac OS, Catalina wrecked everything? Wait, what's that? But you should go back to streaming soon. Let me know when you do it then. Metro doesn't stream with a cam most of the time. It's too stressful worrying about your ugly face? Come on, Metro. Don't say that. No, don't worry about that at all. But one thing that I noticed is that there is some sort of uh, I don't know if this is an English word. I will try it. Comfortableness. Hopefully, it exists. But there is some sort of comfortableness in streaming without a cam for sure. Uh, it's not that I mind about my appearance. I actually don't. But there were times that I remember like playing games in here and streaming for hours. And then after the stream, when I'm checking the VOD, I realized that my hair was all messed up, and then nobody told me it was messed up. Like I had a spiky hair on the back of it, of my head. But in the end, I do not mind it. And I think nobody minded either, because otherwise I do think somebody would have told me. But I'm surprised actually to see that, for example, new people have been showing up even without the cam. I think that maybe my biggest concern about not having a cam was that probably I would only be talking to people that I already know in the past, or um, newcomers would be avoiding my stream because there is no cam. It's unfortunately a thing to some people, but no, some new people stopped by, they followed, they chatted in here, they interacted. That showed me that, oh my god, maybe the cam is somewhat helpful, but it's totally not as helpful as I imagined. It's just an extra, I would say. Yeah, right. I love how I almost called Pilot Gravity. To be honest, there is probably somebody in the world named Gravity. It sounds like a name, even though it's not, but I can totally see it being a name, you know? It's like Liberty. There are people out there that are named Liberty. It's kind of like Liberty and Gravity, the two sisters. It's fact you can change them. As a girl, you feel pressured to not look like a slob. Yes, I understand that there is this women appearance pressure, maybe more than in men, but there are men that are also very worried about their appearances too. But still, I don't think you should let it take over your behavior. Like if it's something you want to do, like I want to have a cam in my stream, go for it. Whatever, go for it. But if it's also something that you maybe don't feel too comfortable about, also it's good to for you to keep on going without it. It's just an extra. Basically, a newer version of macOS or Mac OS got rid of support for 32-bit programs, and most of the software and games you use it for streams were all old 32-bit stuff. Why are they doing that though? They were killing Adobe Flash Player now this year, and then Macintosh is also killing support for 32-bit programs. Come on. What's going on with the world? Instead of like giving us the freedom to use whatever we want, we are getting more and more limited on the stuff we want to use. That doesn't make sense. Like I don't understand how is that a deal for them. Like considering the technology we have today, how is it that bad for them to allow people to use a 32-bit stuff? Like, shouldn't it be easier or something? Things have finally been upgraded to work on the newest versions of Macintosh. Wait, so now it's back? Is it allowing to have you figured a way to like have it back? But that's BS. It shouldn't happen. You are too lazy to put on makeup every day? Me too. Come on, you don't need to put on makeup every day. But anyway, I just hope that you can somewhat feel better about your appearance or using an cam, because I will give you an example, but not about my appearance. I'll give you an example about my English. There are streams. This is something that I realized, and this is a life lesson, by the way. There are streams that I feel like my English was horrible. And while I'm here streaming and speaking in English, I feel like, I don't know, somewhat nervous. I'm like feeling nervous because my English is sounding bad, or I'm getting mistaken many times with the words I'm saying and stuff. There are days that I feel like my English was horrible. But then when I go to watch my freaking VODs, it looks good, or it sounds good. And I'm like, how? But I was struggling in there, and then I was getting nervous, and then I was saying the wrong things, and using the wrong words. And then when I watch myself on the VOD, it's not that bad. So I think, Mitchell, that can also go for like appearances. You may feel a way that's not what's reflected in reality. So basically, we kind of pressure ourselves so much into stuff that in the end, it's not what it really looks like or sounds like or what people think about us, or, we are the ones to blame for how we feel about things. Not everything, of course. There are dumb and jerks out there that will probably say dumb and do shit things that will make us feel bad. But like with friends and with people, in general good people, there is nothing to worry about. Like people will be happy to see you, to interact with you, no matter what. And everybody, I don't know, everybody is kind of the same regarding like uh, we try, let's put it this way, we try to hide dirt so much, but in the end everybody's the same. Like everybody uh, is lazy, or everybody have the same problems kind of. Come on, don't worry too much about that. I do hope you can feel better about it. Also, hello Ipiku, welcome. He or she is not a streamer, but that's something you were thinking that made the VTube stuff interesting. That's true. The VTube scenario has been very active. Not only that, also the podcasts. People that are having crazy and good talks out there without even revealing themselves, or it's just because the camera is really an extra. I just wanna wear sweats and have my hair in a scrunchie. Better be an anime avatar today. Yeah, it works for some people for sure. I just think people should be comfortable with what they want to do more than what people will think about them. If it's not making you feel comfortable, then sure, don't do it. But if it's something you want to do, but you're not doing it because of others, maybe you should reconsider that a little bit. But it's complicated, of course. It's a complex situation. 32-bit should have been killed years ago. It has a lot of performance or security issues, and it's holding back progress on 64-bit architectures. I see. So it's also because of the security, right? So basically, there will be, of course, still ways for you to have it working, but you need to go after it. It's not going to be something the software maker will be giving to you right away, right? Because they are kind of leaving it behind. Welcome back, Victor. It is extra hard because you struggle with your weight as well. But Mitro, you gotta, I don't know, work harder on like feeling better about yourself, I guess. Maybe getting some more self-esteem, and really realizing that maybe a lot of those issues you are struggling with are inside you and not like on people that may reflect uh, their impressions on your thoughts. No, I think it's a misconception. Maybe that's the word. It's like I'm saying, everybody has their flaws, and I don't know. I just hope you feel comfortable the way you are, basically, because you'll only be able to have real people there for you or with you if you can be who you are. And that's what I wish to everybody, that people can be who they are, so they can have real people that care for them around, more than worrying about like, oh my god, this person will hate me because of how I look, or will hate me because I have an accent, will hate me because of my weight. And to be honest, those people will also exist, but come on, it's not worth our time, right? So Mitchell, just be happy, do what you want, and go for it. Welcome back, Victor. And you missed more talk, basically. You missed more deep talk. Yeah, you are who you are. Yeah, I am who I am too. I'll be subjecting my viewers to my ridiculous mustache. No matter what, you would be beating me in the webcam looks department. Let's check that mustache later, right, pilot? I don't know what else to train with this guy. Man, he's still young, surprisingly. Let's do this. Let's get to 300 of offense, speed, and brains. And maybe 2000 of MP. Maybe I still have some work to do in here. Let me start with the brains. Oh yeah, pilot. Another Canadian fact that I had a whole conversation about it with Ultras. Have you ever been to the I think it is called Moraine or Moraine. I think it's Moraine Lake in Alberta. It's either Moraine or Moraine, but I think it's Moraine if I'm not mistaken. Have you ever been to that lake? I need some Ohio facts. I need some Ohio facts. Give me an Ohio fact, Mitro. Do you have one? Teach me something about Ohio. First of all, I like how Ohio sounds like Ohio in Japanese. That's a very good connection in there. But teach me something about Ohio that you think I would not know. That will be easy actually because I don't know if I know something about Ohio. So you have been to the... But correct me here, is it Moraine or Moraine? With L or R? I cannot remember. But I'm mentioning that place because it was on a list of most beautiful locations in the world. And then I saw that place on a video and also a picture of it. And then I was thinking, yes, it looks beautiful, but Canada has so many different lakes that I was like, how can people pick this one in particular but not like any other of the lakes that I'm pretty sure they may be as beautiful as this one? So that made me think about like, what was the difference of this moraine, it's with R then, with this moraine lake in comparison to the rest? Because honestly, it looked beautiful, but like, aren't other lakes in Canada also beautiful? Why is this one the best? I don't know. But I'm happy you have been to every place I'm asking you about regarding Canada. You have been there a few times, beautiful glacial fat lake in the Rocky Mountains. I also appreciate that you have been to those locations few times. It means that you have returned to them some couple times and then it's not like one experience ever, you know? No, you have been returning there, maybe having or learning something new about those locations. It's not just like a single visit. No, you are experienced on the subject or on the subject. So in Ohio, they are called the Buckeye State. The Buckeye? Buckeye. Wait, but then what is the reference of the Buckeye? It, for some reason, I may be wrong, but it reminds me of pirates. It sounds like pirates to me. But I'm pretty sure it's not because of that. But I don't know, I can't imagine a pirate being named Buckeye. Pilot used to ride his motorcycle there from his old place in Alberta. Man, totally worthwhile. We have an anime convention in January called OhioCon. That's lovely. I really like that. It's such a therapeutical therapeutical word. Ohio, you say that and you feel happy. And just because I'm saying that Japanese word, it makes me wanna binge more Studio Ghibli movies, like the one I watched yesterday. I had to watch or rewatch actually My Neighbor Totoro, but I kinda skipped it to go rewatch Spirited Away. That's the one I watched yesterday. But maybe I should go back and then watch My Neighbor Totoro. It's accessible, which is why it's considered the best. Oh, I see. And then more people know about it. So buck eyes are a type of a nut? Really? Let me Google them a little bit. Oh yeah, it is a nut. And Wikipedia is exactly listing Ohio in the description here right away. It actually looks kind of delicious, but is it edible or something? Or is it one of those um, toxic uh, fruits, or in this case, nuts, right? But I kind of liked the way they look. It looks like chocolate. Oh, it is mildly toxic, so it is a little bit toxic. We make a treat which is a peanut butter dipped in chocolate that looks like a buckeye. Oh, okay, so maybe the pictures I'm seeing in here, they are not from the original nut. They are the chocolate snack you were talking about. It's funny that I would say that the Brazilian nut is the cashew nut, but then the cashew nut is so common everywhere that it kind of doesn't make it that special, like that Brazilian. But it's the nut that I relate the most to Brazil. Even though there is another one that's located in the north region of Brazil, it's called the Para nut. Para is the name of a state in Brazil where it's from. But then I would say that the cashew nut is stronger in here, but then it's also strong in other countries. You think they are gross, really? But people love them? I don't know. I did like the looks of it. Yeah, cashews are great. So cashews. First of all, since we are going to talk about cashews, let me see what are the standards we are talking in here, right? Like what is the level of our conversation? First of all, do you guys know that the cashew nut comes from a cashew apple? Is that some knowledge you already have? Because that's how the cashew conversation needs to start. You don't like peanut butter? I have only had like a very few experiences with it, but I did like it. Okay, so you guys know about the cashew apple. So here's the thing. The cashew apple is very fragile. Like it can go bad super easily. And then that's actually why there is the nut. It's because when the apple Victor, you don't know about the cashew apple, so Google it. You see the cashew apple for the first time. When the cashew falls from the cashew tree, thanks to gravity, here we go again, gravity, how are you doing, gravity? And gravity works normal in Brazil, I believe so, I hope so. When the cashew apple falls from the tree, thanks to gravity, it hits the ground on its nut, right? On the nut. So it kind of takes the impact. And the apple doesn't go too bad. So that's the physics behind the existence of the cashew nut, and I believe that's its nature purpose. So it's when it's hitting the ground, it doesn't splash. But because it's so fragile, you cannot export it really easily. That's why I believe you guys don't have the cashew apple in the US or in other countries. I could see you guys having the pulp, because that's how I get my cashews in here. I buy the frozen cashew pulp, but it's funny, right? There should be a way to export the pulp, even though I don't think it's somewhat common either. But the cashew apple itself, even here in Brazil, you can only easily find it, and it's going to be cheap, and it's going to be abundant. Wait, abundant, or like it's going to be in large amounts, only in the northeast region. So I live in the southeast region, so to me it's not easy for me to find a cashew apple. There are some, but it's going to be very expensive. And that's why when I wanna drink cashew juice made from the cashew pulp, I buy the frozen pulp. But yeah, so that's the explanation. It can be cheap, but if you are in the northeast region, if you are where I live, for example, it's not going to be cheap. You are not a fan of cashews, really? Normally, when people avoid nuts, it's because they are allergic or something. Except as a small amount graded onto a different item, but your girlfriend loves the cashews, so if they are plentiful, that will make it easy to convince her to prioritize visiting Brazil. Yeah, you can find the nuts everywhere, but if you want to see the cashew apples or even the biggest cashew tree ever in the world, which is, fun fact, located in my parents' hometown, which is also my favorite place in the northeast region of Brazil. It's a city called Natal. Another fun fact, Natal is the word for Christmas in Portuguese, so basically the name of the city is Christmas. Yeah, Natal. Uh, it has the biggest cashew apple ever, and you guys should Google that as well. It's an amazing tree. It takes the whole block, and believe me, it's a single tree. It's just because it grows horizontally in a very crazy way. And I don't know how is it looking like today per se, because it's been forever since I was there. But I wouldn't be fully surprised if they told me that that tree still gives cashews. I wouldn't be fully surprised. But I'm not sure anymore. It's been forever. I haven't been to that city in like uh, is it 7 years? I think 7 years. Yeah, 7 years. I think 2014 was the last time I went there. Mitri, you have to go. All right. It was nice talking to you. It's always great to talk to you. Also to Pilot that has been missing since forever. It's always great to have a talk with you guys. Mitchell, happy 2021. Take care. Have also a great weekend. And I hope to talk to you again soon. So have a good night. Bye bye. So road trip to Brazil. I actually use it to do that with my family because as we live in the southeast and then the rest of our family is in the northeast, we use it to travel there by car, and it's a trip that takes like 2.5 to 3 days. But of course, by taking stops and taking some breaks in the process, yeah, it takes 2.5 to 3 days for me to get to where the rest of my family lives in the northeast region by car. By plane, it's 4 hours, I think. It's crazy, right? But I think it's just 4 hours. Victor, it's amazing. I have pictures in there. I hope it's still growing cashews. Maybe it's even bigger today. I don't know if it's still getting to the road. It had some leaves getting to the road before. And I will say that I hope someday you guys can taste the cashew apple juice because it's really good. feel like I have been training Shelmon a lot, but his stats or some of his stats are still kind of low. Like his offense, for example, how is it still on 230? By the way, have you guys watched Soul, the new Pixar movie? I need to watch that. Everyone's been saying that it's such a good movie. I mean, it's by Pixar, so of course it's going to be great. Are you going to cut it now? All right, Victor. Have a great night, man. Take care. Maybe we talk again tomorrow. So get some good rest. Also, I hope I can get some good rest today as well. And yeah, man, take care. Oh my god, out of all of the Digimon, Shelmon is the one that, let's say, really does the job on the toilet, right? Jeez. That sound effect took forever to end. Yeah, more offense. Now we go, we go to the clinic. But yeah, this is the problem of getting unlucky on the Digivolutions after completing a lot of side quests. I get out of options of what to do on the game. If only the tournament was more rewarding, but I know it's not, then I would feel like, oh, it's worth it for me to grind for it, to win it. At least so far it hasn't been that rewarding. And I also do not understand how this game sometimes tells me that, oh yeah, there are other ways for you to digivolve your Digimon, like the evolutionary items. I was expecting so many more evolutionary items, at least for them to be showing up at this point of the game. But no, I'm still with the same ones from a long time. Wait, you watched the video about the largest cashew tree and your girlfriend is convinced? Man, it's not only the largest cashew trees in that city. That city is a must visit if you're coming to Brazil. It's one place that I think that deserves more attention from tourists, because normally if you think about Brazil, it's Rio, 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 and sometimes São Paulo. No, there are so many beautiful cities in the Northeast region. That one in particular is amazing. It has a not only one, but it has some beaches that have dunes, and then you can ride. It's not a camel. How is the animal that has a single bump on their backs in English? I'm not sure how is that called in English, but it's not a camel because the camel has two bumps. But it's the one that has a single one. The Portuguese word for that is dromedário, but I don't know if it's any close. You know, there are some very cool things you can do in there, and the food in there is fantastic. It's a beautiful place. Some were saying that they are rare items in most of times. I understand, but don't you think because we are in a super post, not post game, but like far ahead moment of the game, we should be seeing them more often at least. I do not get any new evolutionary item. Post pandemic will come to say hello. I hope so. Oh, it is dromedary then, so it's very close to Portuguese. Yeah, dromedário, dromedary. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they have those in there. You can also join a buggy ride across the dunes. I actually have done that, and there are some areas you can only reach them by taking the buggy. And you know what's the best? I also gotta mention this because I don't know, and I imagine it's not a place that will have this. Especially because where I live, for example, doesn't have it, but in there, in the northeast region, you do have it. The best thing is that the water temperature is warm to hot. It's crazy that not only the beaches are beautiful, but the water is not cold. So it's such a paradise, you know. And then here in Rio, the water is cold. I'm pretty sure in other countries the water will be cold as well. But for some crazy reason, the water in there, in the ocean, is not cold at all. And that makes it such a, a comfortable bathing, ocean bathing, because you don't need to have that uh, thermal shock or thermic shock, I'm not sure how it's said, with like a very cold water in a super hot day. No, it's super good. So somebody saying yes. If you are doing something that can give those items to you, you will be able to get them, of course, but it's still very rare. I'm so unlucky then because, come on, I have done so much in this game. I still remember one day that they were saying, oh yeah, there is an item that will digivolve your Digimon to Greymon. I have never even seen a bit of that item, not a grasp of that item. I mean, the North Atlantic is a balmy 4 degrees Celsius here in Halifax. I can't comprehend 4 degrees Celsius. It's like blue screen on my mind. I don't know what it's like, how it feels. And I know for sure that there are still brave people that will enter those waters. I don't know, I probably said it once, but I actually almost died because of a thermic or thermal shock thanks to the water temperature. The water temperature here in Rio is cold, but especially cold in this one place that it's also beautiful. It's called Arraial do Cabo. I will type it on the chat, so if you're curious you can Google it. You'll see it's a beautiful place. Wait, I actually forgot. There we go, I forgot the connector in there. It's a beautiful place, but I have never seen such a cold water in my life. And then in this school trip, we were in a boat ride, but there was one beach that the boat couldn't get too close to the sand. And then they asked us to jump from the boat and swim to the sand. So little I knew that the water would be that cold, and I really felt like I was swimming for my life because my brain was freezing at a rate that I cannot explain. I thought I would like really die in there. But thank goodness everything was alright with me. But I was with a crazy heartbeat, a fast heartbeat when I got to the sand because I was super scared of the situation that happened because sunny day, hot body temperature, right away into a very cold water, And I was not even entering the water slowly or getting used to the temperature. No, I freaking jumped into the water. And my brain was like, my head was, it's a very weird feeling. So I survived that, but it was a very scary day. The wind chill today was also a super warm -7 degrees Celsius. Well, at least I know for sure that if you have some pet ice cubes in your home, I'm pretty sure those will be very happy in your freezer. Or maybe even outside. They could spend some time outside without any issues. Your pet ice cubes. It's a good weather for you to have them. Somebody's saying that I advanced in the game and I got access to ways of getting those items, but that doesn't change the fact that they are rare. Yeah, dude, but they are more rare than what I expected. Come on. Why so rare? This is not even Donkey Kong or Banjo Kazooie. Although I was surprised that I was checking a video. I'm checking everything I say here. It's from a video, right? I was watching a video, and this Brazilian YouTuber, he was listing his hopes of games for the next year, like the games he's most excited to play. He actually mentioned Digimon, that one that I forgot its name, but how is it called again? I forgot its name, but it's the one that has some sort of turn-based tactics to it. So I was happy to see that there are more people there appreciating Digimon games, even though before I started playing this one game myself, I felt like nobody talks about Digimon anymore. No, he was very excited for that one game. You have to go, pilot. All right, man. It's getting late in there. Actually, it's also getting a bit late to me. I don't think I will be going for many hours still. So maybe after some more minutes, I will also call it a night. But thank you so much, man, for stopping by. I was actually missing you a little bit, but thankfully I could now wish you a happy new year and see that everything is going all right for you. And yeah, man, hopefully we talk again soon. Take care, stay safe because it's the DLC year, but good to hear everything is all right. So take care, man. Have a good night. And hopefully you and your girlfriend can go check the cashew tree in Natal, right? Which is a very good place. So take care and see you then. Digimon will survive. I hope so. But how was the name of the new game though? I forgot it. I thought it had a very crazy name actually. Oh, never mind. The name is Digimon Survive. There we go. That's how it sounds weird. Yeah, it's Digimon Survive. Good call. I thought it was saying like Digimon will live for more days, even though people do not talk about it. No, it is Digimon Survive. Good call. You see, it's the Digimon franchise pressuring people to not forget about it. That's true. It is Survive. I think so. Yeah, 2021 will be better than 2020. Maybe not that better, but for sure better because we are all more used to this whole craziness, right? Oh, fiance, there we go. I don't remember actually, but I'm happy for you guys to be getting married. As of a few weeks ago, the relationship level up. Yeah, man. More responsibilities now as well, but good ones. But yeah, take care, pilot. Good to see you, and hopefully we talk again soon. Let's finish the offense and then jump into the brains. Are you guys any excited for upcoming games? Right now, my excitement is for the Persona Scramble game. I think I won't be playing it right away, but it's almost coming up. Am I excited for any other game? Let me think about it. That YouTuber was excited for Bravely Default. He was excited for the Monster Hunter game for the Switch, although that's not my game. He was excited for a Harvest Moon game as well that I can sympathize with, but I should play a game for real. A Harvest Moon game for real. I only tried it for a couple days. He was also very excited for the Super Mario 3D World DLC, Bowser's Fury. Actually, my friend, my in real life friend that has a Switch, he is excited for that game too, even though it's a Wii game, because he thinks it's going to be very fun to play with his family. Also, he really loved Mario Odyssey, it was his favorite Switch game so far. But now he's playing or continuing Breath of the Wild and Animal Crossing. Subway is actually waiting for Dragon Quest Tactics, that is a mobile game that's going to be out in February. I do want to play a Dragon Quest game. And I will see if I can make that happen this year actually. Probably I won't be able to do it, but I really want to start playing that franchise because of how much I'm enjoying the Dragon Quest reboot, plus how I went back to the original. I don't think I said that before because it's been a while. I actually went back to the original Dragon Quest anime, the one we know here in Brazil as Fly, The Adventure of Fly. Yeah, it's a weird name in English, right? To name a character as Fly, but that's how it happened in Brazil for some reason. And I rewatched it. I finally went to the end of the episodes, the ones that were made back in the day, because I got so damn curious. Like, wait, what's going to happen? I don't remember what happened after this. So I binged all of the classic episodes, and now I'm waiting for the new episodes to catch up and then continue the story. It was super good, even though kind of predictable in some aspects, but it's still, I don't know, good to see the anime, even though you can predict some things. Also, hey Bookmark, how are you? And of this Dragon Quest hype I went through made me really want to play the games. I don't think there is any game that Gabriel is excited for. He liked Mass Effect Remastered news, but not really anything that he can say that he's hyped. So I'm not hyped like crazy for the Persona Scramble, but that's totally the one game that I'm expecting to be released soon the most. Even though I may not be playing it anytime soon. Maybe that's why I'm not that hyped for it. Because I know that it's a game that I will be able to play at some point because it's going to be released on PC. But I have so many other games on my mind that it's something that I will still only be playing in the future. I'm just like happy that it's coming out soon, but at the same time I will not be able to be playing it in the day one or like watching people playing it because I want to play it myself blind. So I should like pick a game that I don't know, could see myself either watching somebody playing it or play it blind myself soon. But regarding that, I don't know if I have a game. Now there is a lot of serious movies and anime that we're excited for this year. Yeah, this month I wanna watch season 2 of Beastars, I wanna watch season 2 of The Promised Neverland. There are more things that I also need to continue. For example, I started the second season of um, Avatar: The Last of Korra, so hopefully this time I can appreciate this second season better because I hated the first time I watched it. And then after the second season, it's going to be new to me, the third and fourth seasons. I'm also finally getting advanced on Rama. I got to like episode 60. There are still like 120 or 110 episodes left, but I'm getting there and I'm still enjoying the show a lot. I'm still not feeling stuck on it. It's been my, let's say, chill anime to find refuge during these days. like I was saying earlier, that that YouTuber that I watch went for Card Captor Sakura as his refugee. Rema has been my refugee. So I'm very into anime in these days. And also, I went back to the Ghibli movies. I watched Spirited Away yesterday. Even though it's like an animated movie, it's still kind of like an anime. You're right, I have a lot of anime to keep on watching and to start even. You're doing good, just finished some home chores and stuffs. Finally relaxing today. There we go, bookmark. I'm doing alright. I did have a rough end of 2020 and start of 2021, but we had a whole vent conversation about everything for hours in the beginning of the stream, so now I'm like more chill as well. Happy New Year, bookmark. I hope it's a good year for you. I don't think it's going to be like a crazy year for any of us, like regarding being the best year ever, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be better than 2020. I'm just not like with very high hopes for like great changes. I still think we're going to still struggle with 2020 problems for a while. But Happy New Year! I do hope it surprise you and everybody positively. It's totally going to, because we are more adapted, or we learned a lot after 2020. So even though this shit continues, we are more ready for it, I think. So just for not having that surprise, it's already kind of better than what it was, you know. But yeah, having that van talk and then streaming made me feel a bit better. Although I'm still feeling a bit tired because I couldn't sleep very well in the past days. I need to go to what again? To more MPs? And then after that we go to the tournament. Maybe tomorrow we could try going to the tournament. So we can finally try achieving something tonight. Game-wise, you are still happy playing Cyberpunk because there are so many side quests. Game-wise, I'm very happy to be playing Pokemon Go still. Yeah, it's good that we won't have the pandemic surprise anymore. Plus, the solutions are slowly working out in the world. But I still think we need a bit more time to things to really look closer to normal, you know. There are still many unknown things happening too, like the variation of the virus, if the vaccine will be working against it. But we are more prepared for everything. We learned a lot. We just need to put those lessons in practice. In practice. There we go. Yeah, that's true as well. It will have a chance to be good, right? 2020 destroyed all of us. The good thing about this change of year is also that we'll be getting more gaming news, right? I would say that this end of the year was kind of feeling slow regarding gaming news after Cyberpunk was out. I think it slowed down a lot. We had the Game Awards, but no, there wasn't a game in there that made me hyped or excited for. So hopefully we can get some more gaming news soon. I think they were just waiting for the year to change so they could bring up news, right? For example, Pokemon news. I'm very curious to see if I'm finally seeing the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum remake this year. I know they had a crazy conference or like a crazy special on December 31st, but as the PokeTubers that I follow, they haven't said anything about that so far. I'm guessing it was not a special transmission because some people were theorizing that maybe they would be announcing something or giving us a teaser of something. As nobody said anything in my timeline, I'm like, okay, maybe nothing happened. But I'm waiting for Pokemon news. I want to see more Pokemon games. Maybe more of new Pokemon Snap as well because I really liked how it's looking like. But especially a Diamond Pro remake. So I don't think Shalmon is very strong for the tournament. What do you guys think? Should we give him more training? He is going to lose, right? We had better Digimon than him and then they lost. Why would Shalmon win? Yeah, let's see what's coming up regarding Pokemon, but I also think it's crazy that there are things that should be already out, for example. I mean, it's not a big game, and I don't know if I will even be playing it, but for example, that mobile game Pokemon Sleep. How is that not out yet? I wonder what is the issue about the release of that game? Because at first it sounded like a very simple game, and they announced it so long ago. Like, what is keeping them to not release it? That's so crazy. But yeah, Pokemon Sleep. And then Shalmon attempts and wins with his stats. I would feel very happy if that happens because I think you do remember what happened to Shalmon's first run on this playthrough. We trained him, we trained him, we trained him. He was the buffiest Digimon ever. That died thanks to aging. Or thanks to sadness, I think. That he could not use his training effort into anything useful. So this time I want to see Shalmon shining, or at least having a chance, because so far it's like talking, 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 and no action, right? It's just like Shalmon training, 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 and no tournament. But let's see. I do have some low hopes, but I do hope he surprises us. You wonder if they are trying to make sure if it's the way they want it. Yeah, but then it's like, is it going to be a complex game? You know? I mean, I hope so. Then I will be very surprised that everybody will be playing Pokemon Sleep and then it's the new Pokemon Go fever. That would be mind blowing. But from what I have seen from it so far, I was like, man, this game is simple, it's just chill. They are going to release it like next week. They are taking forever. I really wonder what happened. After Cyberpunk, it's better to give the time the developers want or need. I agree, I agree. That's totally my opinion as well. I'm just saying that I'm surprised that it's happening for Pokemon Sleep. Which makes me wonder if it is a more complex game even, which makes kinda no sense to me. It's not like what I'm expecting from it. It was weird. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to check the arena, and if there is a rank A tournament we can join, we make an appointment for it or an enrollment for it. If not, we go back to training. Regards Pokemon Sleep, I don't think the problem is about the complexity. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking it's weird. You think they are working with the microtransactions? It could be that. Oh my god, Subaru. Subaru is saying, but testing the game while you're sleeping, it is more complicated than what it seems. I mean, Subaru, of course, right? We gotta get this amount of people or this group of people that can. Uh, wait, sleepwalkers, right? That's the word in English. We need to get the sleepwalkers in the world, put them in a room, and give them a cell phone with here, Pokemon Sleep, please try it. And see what happens if they can beat the game. Imagine the speed running of Pokemon Sleep, right? It would be something crazy. It will really be the blind playthroughs, right? Like, literally speaking, it's blind because the person is asleep. Man, what the heck? It's a game that it's meant to not be played as you sleep. I know, I'm joking, of course, but what the heck is going on? Like, what I imagine from it is like a game that plays itself. Maybe you give it some directions and then maybe it's honestly I'm now thinking it's going to be just like a Tamagotchi. Because a Tamagotchi is like that. You give it some directions, but you also need to wait time for it to happen. So during the day, probably you use some things or you give it some fruits, you give it some berries, you train it, and then during the sleep time, it will evolve or the egg will hatch. I'm now thinking it's going to be like a Tamagotchi. And to be honest, if it is a Tamagotchi of Pokemon, it can be really great. I just think that calling it Pokemon Sleep is not a good idea for that. So there is one in 2 days. Maybe you should go for that one because I think we are going to lose the one of today, right? Let's make an appointment or enroll for the 19th. I can't. I can only go for this C one? Oh, maybe it's because it's too far. Okay, maybe I need to wait until tomorrow so I can get to this one, right? Okay. By the way, go back there. Oh my god, I wanna see who... Okay, I actually think nobody's going to get it. But I will try it again. Game time! What is the reference on this chart? Let's see who gets it first. Time is ticking. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. Come on, did anybody see the reference like I did? Let's see who gets it first. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. I'm pretty sure nobody's seen it, maybe. Is time's up? Or is time up, right? Is time up? Can I spoil it? I had some high hopes for Gabriel or Subaru to see it though, but sure. Okay, I'm going to spoil it. You have no idea, Bookmark. Looking here. It's DBZ. DBZ, does that sound a ring? This is the day. This is the day of like becoming a Super Saiyan and destroying this tournament. That's what I'm saying. Okay, let's go train because I think we gotta wait for tomorrow so we can join the A tournament. Yeah, DBZ, I'm kind of surprised you guys did not see it though. Oh, it's because Subaru is watching on a lower resolution, it's hard to see. I get that. It's also written in red, right? It's not as flashy as a, I don't know, a white font. Man, I'm getting hungry. Okay, so I can still train more. Let's go for 350, not 50, 300, 500, wait, 3500, there we go, 3500 of HP and MP, and maybe 400 of the other stats. So what did you guys get for dinner today? I will be eating some mortadella cheese grilled sandwiches with ketchup and oregano, a lemonade, or a limeade, if that's a word. I don't think it is, but it's a lime juice. Actually, it's not lemon juice. A limeade, right? Maybe it's limeade. And I will be eating that failed attempt of a powdered milk cake that I baked, right? It's not good at all, like regarding the way it looks like, but it's still sweet and it tastes like a dessert. So sure, we eat that, we swallow that, even though it's a tragedy as a good looking cake. Sabro had hot dogs. Man, I miss eating hot dogs. Did you have the ones that you have the whole tomato, green pepper, onion sauce? Man, that's the best hot dog. What I had a couple times last year though was the grilled sausage, but it's not the same as eating a hot dog, right? But my last unhealthy food was a lasagna that I baked for the first time actually. It was my first lasagna. It was ham, mozzarella, tomato, green pepper, onion, oregano, basil, and heavy milk. Wait, no, it's called heavy cream. Heavy cream lasagna, right? It's not my favorite. My favorite is the bolognese. But as I normally don't buy ground beef or ground meat, I couldn't make it myself. It was good, but once again, I still need to get better on like building it because it was not looking great by the end of it, but it was tasting great. I do have a problem on how my dishes look like because it's not something easy for me to like really make beautiful looking dishes, you know. And I think that part of it is because of my oven. My oven is a monster. It has such a crazy way of hitting things. For example, this cake, I almost had this bake. This cake I baked, it was also not fully baked, but it was burning on the crust. So I felt like I gotta remove this because otherwise it's going to destroy the cake. But in the inside, it was not fully baked. My oven is very strange. So Subro had a simple hot dog with like the how is that in English again? I mean, I would just say bread, but it's a bun, right? It's called a bun. With a bun, the sausage, some potato chips, and mashed potatoes. Man, I still need to try the mashed potatoes hot dog. I know it's a big thing in there in São Paulo, and it's starting to be a thing in here too. There are places you can find it. but I never tried it. I'm sure it's delicious, especially if you have that tomato sauce that I said, the tomato green pepper onion sauce. I can imagine that mixed with the mashed potatoes tasting really great. It may sound disgusting. You may get all dirty after that experience, but I'm pretty sure it's delicious. Even though it's messy. So Bookmark had some seafood. Seafood bundle of leftovers from yesterday night. So I got the magic points. So let's work on our other stats, right? Let's go for speed because that's what we have the least. Yeah, Shelmon totally gets the award of worst Digimon to watch using the toilet ever. Oh my god, he's waiting. Wait, his wave is 70? Okay, I'm stopping the meat for a little bit. I know it's Christmas time and holidays, so you gotta eat all you want. But no, not anymore, Shelmon. Man, I do miss my family's Christmas traditional dish, the cold pineapple cream dessert. It's so good. But I did not have it because I did not went to my or I did not go right. I did not go to my hometown. I miss it. Okay, so he's still hungry and I gave him another sirloin. Yeah, he's not going to digivolve into something good. Let's go for brains. It's so good, Bookmark. It has like two layers. The bottom layer is it's like more pastish, and it has the slices of pineapple, and then on the top there is a very soft cream. And then you leave that inside the fridge, and it has caramelized pineapple pieces with caramelized sugar. It's so good. It's very sweet, but it's also really good because the acidity of the pineapple helps to break the sweetness. It's really good. You guys made this biko? Wait, I need to Google that. What is a biko? Is it biko or biko maybe? But I think it's biko. I don't know what that is, but I can already imagine it's good. Oh, it is a Filipino rice cake? Oh my god, it looks good. And it is a coconut dessert. I want it. It has rice, coconut milk, brown sugar. It's like a sweet rice, but with this coconut taste, right? Okay, I really want to try this. Yeah, it looks amazing. It looks simple as well, which is good because we do not have baking baking abilities, or what's the word, pastry abilities. I do have some baking abilities. I can bake good pizza, but pastry abilities, it's a work in progress. It's a purple rice coconut milk based caramel dessert. It sounds fantastic. And then I ask you, do you eat that cold, or it's normal for people to eat that dessert while it's hot? I'm imagining it will taste fantastic if it is cold, because cold coconut desserts are good. That's what I have to tell you. The pineapple, yeah, the pineapple special dessert. Uh, I will give you the name in Portuguese. I believe if you put that on Google, you can see some pictures of it. It's just that I have a hard time trying to translate that to English. But it's pretty much a pineapple cream dessert with pineapple slices or pieces on it. It's called gelado de abacaxi, which if I translate it to English, it will be like pineapple or cold pineapple basically. It's like cold pineapple. If you Google that, hopefully you find the pictures. It has the two layers, like I said, one that's heavier on the bottom with the pieces, and another one that's a cream on the top. It's super good. It's super good. It's just that if I call it cold pineapple, I think it doesn't make sense in English at all. So yeah, my family does that dessert every Christmas. Now I need to check the arena, and I was not able to get to the standards that I wanted, but I will go check the arena. Time to watch and follow a recipe to try it out. So I imagine it's not going to be too hard, but one thing is for sure, it does take some time to get ready, because I remember like my family living it baking for a long time. Then I can't remember how long, but I remember it being there on the oven for maybe an hour, I think. So I think it's not going to be the hardest dessert ever for you to make, but it's not going to be the fastest at the same time, you know? But totally try it, bookmark. It is really delicious. I came here to go to the clinic. No, I came here to go to the arena. So it is today. I guess we gotta go into it, right? I don't have any more time to train, so... Yep. Wait, Ultimate? No, I cannot win against Ultimates. That's a no chance. Yeah, that's a no chance. I don't know why I was thinking they were champions. I would need to go back to the B tournament. Yeah, our next goal is beating the A rank, but it's Ultimates. I I don't think I can win that. I mean, I can sort strategies, but I don't know. Do you think it's worth a try? We can try strategies like poisoning, water blitz, and teardrop maybe? What are they trying to do to you? They want me to die basically, right? If I join this tournament, but I'm almost going for it for the honor or like for to accept my destiny pretty much. What if we actually win that tournament and then they give me a Digimon Tamer level up, you know? Because once I joined the lower rank tournament, they punished me by like, no, you're going to lose a point of your Tamer level. Maybe if I win this somehow, we'll win points. So I think I will die, but I guess I will try it anyway. I mean, I don't know if there are many people in here, but maybe this is a good time for me to use a bow. So since we have that, why not? Let me create a bow in here. Okay, I just created a poll about which tournament should we go for. If anybody wants to decide or help on deciding this, if we should go for the dead run with like tournament A, or if you should go for the challenge that we may be able to take care of, but it's not too easy, or if you should go easy, like let's get the rewards and leave this place, right? I know for sure we should not go for rank D because they are probably going to drop one of our levels of the tamer level, because right now our current level is rank B. They will not drop it if I go to tournament C, right? That's too much punishing, in my opinion. I can see them punishing me if I go to the rank D because it's very far from B, but C is just like one under it. No, they can't be that bad. But then our hopes on rank A, they are impossible, right? Even if I go with strategies like fast attacks, if I get hit, I'm going to like suffer, so yeah, I seriously don't know if I have even a shot on rank A. So far the poll is saying that I should go for rank B. That sounds more wise, right? And then one person wants for us to risk everything to go to rank A. Well, we gotta believe in miracles as well, right? Who knows? What if we glitch the game and then we make it? It can happen, this game is glitchy. But then I will be sad if we go for the rank B and then we still lose it. That's going to make me sad. But if I'm going for the rank B, I also should have better attacks, I think. I should not go for the strategy that I wanted to go for rank A. That doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Because if you are making up a strategy for rank A, which is the hardest, shouldn't it be the best for you to go for rank B? That's easier. It should, but at the same time, maybe we can accelerate the process by giving Shelmon faster, not faster, stronger attacks. Okay, so the poll is over, rank B1. We will try it then. It's a wise decision for sure, it's our current level. We have a good chance of winning and then we do not spend a whole day on failure or something. Let's go for it. But I'll need to think about my strategy again. I think I will have a stronger attack this time, then maybe not Water Blood. Ice Statue is my best attack. Yeah, it's totally Ice Statue. And then I kinda wanna keep Teardrop because it's cheap, it has a good range, and it can flat the enemy. And the Poisoning, of course. Poisoning is the best status effect ever, so I hope this is good enough. Also, if I'm right, when we had Shelmon for the first time, we did not check his final or his finisher, right? Maybe this time we can finally see it? I don't remember seeing his finisher. Have we? Can't remember. I know there was a Digimon that I did not see their finisher. Anyway, let's go for the rank B tournament and see how this goes. Oh, never mind, we gotta wait for a little bit more. That to me means more training. Yeah, bookmark. We were too early, right? Let's have that final clutch to train something. Those people that are reading the summaries of all of the test subjects in the last minute to memorize everything and then hope for getting lucky on the test or on the exam. That's us. We are here on the last minute trying to get the final points that will surely make a difference. I can get you 4000 of HP at least. That's kind of great. For the rest, I will go for magic points. Can I get you 4,000 of magic points as well? They are going to send me a message about the tournament that has started, right? I did get you 4,000 in there too. There we go, so now we can go hope for Shelmon's redemption. That's the word, redemption. I just noticed that Shelmon has blue boils on his skin. I did not notice that until now. I thought he was fully pink. Oh yeah, by the way, another video I watched, it was about the best anime openings and endings of this year. I mean, of 2020, sorry. And they had the Digimon Adventure opening in there. I do not remember the song or how it was like anymore, but I was surprised to see how different it is from the original. I mean, you guys told me that they couldn't use the same song, so I got that. But it is very different than how it used to be. And then the song they picked as the best was from an anime that I haven't heard before, but I did love the ending song of it. I think it's called Jujutsu Kaisen. It's something like that. I'm probably misspelling it. Jujutsu Kaisen. And then I asked my friend that's a big anime fan. He said that it's his second favorite anime of the year. So maybe I should check that out at some point. But it has a freaking good ending song. The opening is great too, but the ending song is so groovy and jazzy. That's my thing. So even though I have never heard of that anime until that day, I was happy to see it was number one because the songs are really good, especially the ending. I even added the ending song on my Spotify. Jujutsu, there we go. Jujutsu Kaisen. So I was right. It's like Yu Yu Hakusho and Naruto. Okay, that sounds like good. I haven't watched Naruto, but I'm down for Yu Yu Hakusho. It is a good anime. There we go. It's not only the looks of the opening and the ending, right? It also has great quality. We are fighting Sukamon? Oh my god, I forgot to heal! We forgot to heal, so our training was worthless. All of those 4,000 points I got, nope, we don't have those. Just don't poison me. That's my biggest concern. Actually, moderate. We are also running low on our magic points. Oh my god! I jinxed it, right? Finish him! So let's finally see this finisher because I do not remember it. Yeah, I don't think I have seen it before. Unless it was the same as Wamon, because Wamon had Hydro Pressure too, I think? I was even joking it's like this game's version of Hydro Cannon. And then next we are fighting Koshinyamon, also known as Ninjamon, right? I will always remember Numemon beating Ninjamon in the first try. That was glorious. Yeah, now I'm trying to save my magic points, so I'm stalling this fight so I can get my finisher and then use more of my finishers to finish this. But I'm also hoping for some status effects. There we go. I do like that he uses a shuriken on his 2D sprite. He's the only one to have that. All of the others, they throw some bits, but Ninjamon throws a shuriken. Yeah, there we go, so the moderate strategy is a good one. At least for this fight. Well, now we know his finisher, even though he was not a Digimon I could get myself. Okay, I do think we can still make it through the finals. That's going to be against... Who is the black dog? Who the heck was that? I have no idea who was that Digimon. It's against Unimon, right? Let's start slow again. I mean, now that you did that, actually change the plan? That was a Gururumon? Really? Now back to moderate. Unimon has a very good defense, because my strongest attack is only causing 200 damage. That's not bad. For Unimon, of course. Yeah, he has a very good defense. And I don't think he buffed. Thank goodness we are using our speed, because he tried to hit us a couple times and then he couldn't. Oh, Unimon also has a different attacking 2D sprite. It's like a energy ball. It's not just a bit, right? Yeah, you see, we are so lucky on this teardrop attack. He looks like a Zelda enemy when he's on his shooty sprite. Okay, let's go for the hydro pressure. We only have 10 seconds left. So this was very important. There we go. I'm surprised we spent a lot of magic points that fast. The... I forgot how it was called, but the ice attack is our strongest attack. But it's not that expensive, although it dropped the bar very quick. Yeah, there we go, we did it. Thank goodness Ninjamon's fight was helpful for us to recover. But I'm still getting the same things, right? Maybe a chip, maybe a restore floppy. Yeah, I mean, sure. It's going for the bank. Wait, it's going to the bank, right? It's going to the bank. Yeah, so now I don't think that we have a chance to win the rank A tournament. We could try it still though, but I need more magic points it seems. And I gotta hope that Shelmon somehow digivolves into something good. Wait a minute, I forgot about something. I think now it's too late for me to do this, so I won't go for this strategy. But I should remind myself that I still have filth attacks to learn. So in case I get a Digimon that I cannot do anything, why not raise my virus bar, get a Sukamon, and then get my filth attacks? Maybe that's not a very bad idea. Although maybe by having that to happen I could have a Digimon Tamer level drop. Who knows? But that's not a very bad idea, I believe. So I'm going to put him to sleep, but I will continue the cycle tomorrow. Yes, sadly I was not able to win what I really wanted to win, the rank 8 tournament, but we at least did well on the rank B, so at least it's still a win, right? And then tomorrow, let's see if we get an ultimate or if we train hard enough to try the rank A tournament. Probably not, but who knows. And who can we get on the next cycle? Also, why is this save file saying Centauramon? Centauramon has been forever. That was weird. But anyway, there we go. So I'm going to call it in here. I want to go eat something and try to sleep better. Hopefully I can. So thank you so much everyone for stopping by. I hope you guys have... Let me say things in here, Shelmon. Don't cry out loud. Hope you guys have a great night. Take care. Tomorrow we'll be continuing the game. Hopefully with some more things happening. But I'm still kind of limited because I still haven't beaten this game or fought the boss. But we'll see. Little by little we are getting there. It was the last one registered, but wasn't it the baby? Because when I opened the game today, I had the baby. Uh, Forgot his name though. I don't know if it was Poyomon. No, it was not Poyomon. Punimon, I think. Can't remember. But anyway, tomorrow we'll be continuing his cycle and maybe starting the next one. So have a good night, take care, and goodbye, and happy 2021 as well. But stay safe, be careful. This is the DLC slash New Game Plus of 2020, so stay alert. But have a good one, and bye bye.